and it's still happening. Everyone's looking for Surge for the moment, and all they hear is an SMG just going off over and over again. Where's the Carthy? Right there. Everyone's gonna start coming in for this fight, trying to just rattle down and get some damage done. It's tough, and there's nowhere for these guys to hide. If they want to engage in themselves as well, it's gonna be troublesome. They'll have to make noise. Aqua and Noah Riley rolling in. A double jump spray on a Tripper who goes down.
We can see here at Sleepy Sound, Queasy and Hen getting involved. And I think this is one of the reasons why a lot of people were even higher on Queasy and Hen than initially. Just because the potential to get third-party opportunities here at Sleepy Sound, very enticing. It means that they can deal with their Surge over here as well. These guys don't struggle with Surge anyway, typically at least. But a fight breaking out close to your POI always is going to help out in that regard. But they got to be careful because this fight actually isn't even really happening like that, right? And so maybe this is going to go from being a great opportunity for them to being a hindrance. Because you see now, as they're trying to get out, they have teams just sitting around ready to take shots at them. But they will get out this time.
I like that Chug Splash pickup as well. I'm not sure what Hen is doing for the moment, but I'm pretty sure it's not going to be a net positive for the whole team. Oh, they're stopping Instorm here, ready to actually take a few shots. Maybe, possibly, if teams are moving fast. That was very interesting, but no, nothing actually gained. They understand, though, Levin, that, you know, people will be behind them, and you're right, it is a hindrance right now. But I feel like taking a little bit of damage from the car, or to their car, taking a little bit of damage to their HP pools as well, they'll still be in a better position, and they know there's 4 teams that need to move in that they can pick apart.
Yeah, and they'll get into zone and look to try hold those teams as well, which will obviously be a great advantage for them as they have the Storm on their side. But these guys don't have the Storm on their side. Dew and Stompy fighting right outside of Bugle here. And this is just not what you want to see in these games, right? These Storm fights, but it will happen. And Stompy does brilliantly to hit his shot. And that's actually not that bad just because, right, the zone isn't ticking a great amount, right? So it's not like he's going to have to be in fear of going down to the Storm. They'll be able to get in. They've got some Chug Splashes. Of course, they've got their web shooters as well. So this actually is setting up to be pretty all right for them.
If the zone was close, but this is a bottom left zone, and they're already in the Storm in Bugle with another team focusing them. For me, it's like they have to launch their game again and get into a game to get into the zone. That's how far away they are. Like, that might be faster if they can spawn in on the bus again than running right now.
And I think what's more important, even more so than actually getting into zone, is where they choose to go in zone, right? That will be a huge factor. Link, he ain't got any options of the choice of where to go other than to the lobby. He gets taken out. Did that hit? Did that hit?
Yeah, it did it. I saw the damage tag, 100%, unless it was his SMG right after. That had to have hit. It was looked way too close. And yeah, as I see PKR and Mappy moving away, PKR has no HP. That did indeed hit. Sniper shot from Frizz. I mean, that's just nuts.
Maybe baby Thomas HD here, maybe. Hitting some sniper shots. You don't see many people carrying these around, to be fair, but if you're confident enough to hit your shots, it can be a great Surge tool. It always has been, and probably always will continue to be. But this is interesting. You see how many teams are sort of just poached up around here, right? And we talked about how congested the south side of the map was going to be. And you can see all these teams just sort of sitting around. Nobody wants to overstay their welcome too much. As we swap on over to Andalex, who's struggling over at Chonkers. And we knew Chonkers was going to be a POI field of action. Will he actually be able to get it, Andalex here? That's the big question. Nobody seems to have noticed them just dipping out, and so he will get the res. But I think the better option is to get the res and get out. I would not re-engage in any sort of fight here if I was these guys.
Very good zone for Chonkers Speedway as well. Yes, super contested, but if you do make it out alive, you barely have to use anything to get into the circle. And X-Squeeze and Alex, they'll be able to just keep things up. Will be hindered overall because their heals, at least on one player, should be cut in half.
Yeah, but the big thing is here, they obviously can use that shield keg to put them back up. 102 above isn't very comfortable, right? You know, you probably want to be at least 250 above 200-ish is where you probably want to be at right now at the minimum. But on the other side of things, we're 100 below, so another game where Tayson and Thomas just down below in second zone. And you should be expecting second zone Surge in these lobbies, and so we'll see how they deal with it. They definitely would have known it was coming. But I wouldn't doubt they can do damage. You know, ultimately, these are two of the better players we've seen. And one shot there to Car Street. Can they do any more?
They'll try, but I'm not sure they understand who they're upsetting. They have the car with the chunk of tires in this box. Is going to be looking good. If Castry does get a little bit more upset, might end up pushing this box.
That's the thing though, right? You know, Castry and Vortexia, I hate to keep mentioning it, but they are controller players, and historically controller players do struggle with getting surge at longer distances, right? And so, you know, the aim assist isn't as prevalent from that longer range. And we'll see how they trade it. Obviously, Thomas and Taysom don't know that, so they can't just keep re-engaging those guys. And, you know, maybe if they did know it was them, maybe they'd keep taking their shots, but they don't know that, so I don't think it'll play too much of an advantage.
Wow!
Stormy Right doing a great job there, hitting some shots and then hitting the vehicle, which inevitably helped them out damage-wise, and now they can just look to push their way in. They've got to be careful. There will be some alternative presences looking to get some shots in, but when you have Kiriachi and Stormy Right running it down into your box like that, you better scurry away. Not two players you want to be dealing with. But with the zone on your backside as well, this will get very tight and difficult.
Oh, this is tough for Kiriachi overall. Stuck between a rock and a boxed place. They have to try to move in at some point. This is just really tough with two teams on the right as well. Joe and Vino, they're struggling a little bit, or should I just say Joe will be. Kiriachi, I think, looking to bully this box as well. They'll pick up Vino's loot. Dad's on the backside too. There are so many people just locked in to these boxes on the north side. When it comes to the desert, I feel like every position is just coin flipping 24/7. Heads good, tails bad right now. Some players in that type of heads realm overall. Kiriachi and Stormy Right might have flipped their way into this box and been in that situation. They'll be in a 2v1. They understand that as well. But once that zone starts to pull, we'll be in that tails territory very soon. They have to just battle not only with this surge threshold, but time as well. They must find Joe as fast as possible or leave. It's two solos they can take apart. 6 total points plus that placement. Dodge out Dan on the right side. Kiriachi went under the stairs. Kind of a reverse situation overall. You never expect that to happen, but my man Dan's got the stealth. They find Joe instead. This is just such a weird story right now for these two. They're just running around these solos, not finding any shots on them whatsoever, and they both survive.
I almost felt really bad for Dan, man. I was going to say, you can't catch a break. We saw last time, you know, he was in a Gus Surge fight. And to run into these two would have been real rough. Scram and Rescard again in a, you know, not very optimal situation. At least we'll be able to see Scram stay in this game. But what can they do? They got web shooters, which will be helpful in terms of movement later in the game. And 3 eliminations will mean that they're not doing too bad damage-wise, but I want to see more from these guys.
Yeah, there was definitely a cost to that knock. A little bit of profit overall in this fight. But they can't move forward because of that armored wall. Have to head towards the right side. I'm wondering if it was Revscard who ended up dealing damage or just was both, you know, the Elim secure and the damage dealer. Does have 3 Elims overall. They're getting bullied and he has to keep Scram alive at the same time. Bing bong, that's good. Irazumi gone. That's what I like to see completely. A man that's a menace inside the end game, not gonna be there this time. And it's Revscard who takes them out. That is a complete mirror situation, Levin. Usually it is Irazumi taking out the Benjis, the Revscards of the lobbies. This time he stopped.
Yeah, he got taken down, and look, Irazumi did well to make it to the finals. You know, I will have my question marks about how much of a threat they pose when it comes to winning the whole thing, but
Vito!
These vehicle rotations are crazy. No, I'm back in it. I'm liking these vehicle rotations.
Are you? Because he went down like 2 seconds later, man.
Look, it can work. Do you know what I mean? Don't doubt it. It can work. Rising and Phoenix, they got to do some damage. You can see here, they were able to get in. The Sip Toss will go down. And now, tripping and drops coming from Coney. Oh, dear.
Ah, so that's how the Revscard situation started, and then there was another duo that came in, and so they locked 2 different teams down. That's kind of insane. Revscard Scram, I mean, you talk about a duo that needs something every game. I feel like it's that Elim, that refresh potential over and over again. They're a duo that seems to get knocked a lot. You mentioned that when we first saw Scram and Revscard, you're like, oh, Scram knocked again. You know what I mean? It feels like for the 4th time this game, but it's just the first time we were tuning in with them. So that might be a win condition for them overall to win this out.
Yeah, speaking of win conditions, right? This is a team that we watched a bit earlier, and they actually did take down Vortexia, right? And Castry. So props to them. That's going to be real nice.
It seems too good to be true for the moment right now, Tayson and Thomas. Like, inside this situation, car ready, fully metal boxed, and that launch pad, something has to go wrong. They got the zone 2, might get the second one. They might be stealing Hen and Queasy's luck for the moment. I just saw Aqua take out both Queasy and Hen, I think. I'm not sure what's going on the north side. We saw they had a fast drive in, but you know, a duo that many beautiful people predicted to do very well today, not really doing really hot off the first 2 games.
That's real shocking to see Queasy and Hen both going down 2 games in a row now where they've gone down relatively earlier than you'd expect. And like you said, maybe, you know, Thomas and Tayson taking that luck. I won't get too ahead of myself. It is just game 2 of 12, but a really rough start from 2 experienced top players.
Okay, and when it comes to this position, I know you're somewhat of a Janus Vortex crystal ball individual. I don't know how else I can explain it. If you guys aren't familiar with Levin's calls, in the back room 24/7 when he's talking, he can see Janus and Vortex in a certain position and instantly call if they're going to win. He's done it like 3 times. Is this that position? They've pushed up the height a little bit, already gotten Elim that they kind of pushed over towards their box as well. 2 full loot bags to work with this two. Like, is this the spot?
I'll be honest, every game I've ever watched of them where they get a refresh now, they win. I'm not even kidding as well.
A back-to-back to start EU. Okay.
Look, it's on the it's definitely on the cards. Definitely on the cards. So keep your eyes peeled for those guys. Because when they just have the opportunity to sort of have the max loot, you saw they had a bit of movement there as well, I believe. I think Vortex had some chili splashes as well. So, you know, they're looking good.
Teak and Cammy right now split on decision making because yes, once again, their position looks so good. The damage looks down bad. A few shots over from Teak though. Get from 70 to 30 below. Reason and Vidil lacking damage and aggression in this game. How is that possible? 56 above, they're looking fine now, but the shields will get affected. Cammy and Teak still can't find much, and they're in the center of this half and half zone.
And you think that this is where they want to be, right? In terms of just optimal positioning. Scram, Rescard, not an optimal position whatsoever. They go down.
What?
Cammy and Teak, 1 damage. Just do a bit of damage, lads, please.
I'm so surprised to see Rescard and Scram go down. 4 eliminations overall, and you saw the big shots that Rescard was hitting. How much damage do you truly need to stay in this lobby and be able to play? This is the best of the best, and right now, Cammy and Teak are just caught completely off guard. There is no security for them, no insurance in their box. Once again, 1 below every team around them, but they find no hope, nothing, no light in this darkness. With 48 total players now, that surge will stop, but they know that their demise is very, very close if they don't deal any more damage. This is the perfect chance to do it. Once those moving zones start, it becomes very difficult to deal with both dealing damage and moving at the same time.
I think the big advantage that these guys have, though, is that their whole game plan around the moving zones is to secure control, right? Wherever layer they're on, you know, they like to get to the front side, make sure they have the builds, they have the edits, and they can hit the shots for sure. So we'll see whether they can gain control once the zones start to move. You can see we're going towards that southeast, and Thomas and Tayson will have to make their way there. Is this the game where they do look for height, or will they look to stay lower? Will they try and get involved in that battle? We know Queasy and Hen ain't going to be here, so will it be Pink and Anas, Janus and Vortex again? I'd probably put my money on that, to be fair. Look, we'll see all these teams starting to set up, as this is where the game really begins. The pads will come out now, and players will look to rotate, and Thomas and Tayson looking to see if they can jump in and get involved with that as they move towards the front of the zone.
Start to fly high. Cammy Teak, classic situation. They have that low ground control. Thomas and Tayson, they go a little bit higher. At the same time, Andalex pulled that zone just like Vidil did in some of the best positions overall. And Andalex picks up Bubak as well inside the feed. Karma interrupting Rifle as we see Janus heal up a little bit. Had that high ground position, have the most information entirely for this lobby, and then understand it's getting crazy over on height. Karma with a humongous all-in to try to hold things off completely. It might be a little bit too early. Clown also inside the sky. Cammy and Teak uninterrupted down low, but we know they need some damage. They're rattling over at Waffler and Deox on the right side of the bottom right. We also see Vidil's POV. It's looking like Reason's not down, but they have a random hostage in their box. No protection for him there whatsoever. He's not going to be saved. Reason and Vidil have to split apart for the moment. Hopefully they find each other very soon. Jen is now very low. Vortex also at a silver of HP. He is down. The winners from game number 1, the lobby leaders at 63 points, might have their story stopped. The bookmark on the chapter for the moment as Janus finally goes down. 63 points is the current lead. Nesfurisha is all the way up towards the top side looking for a big launch pad as well. Stompy's also starting to move off. Ryzen has the control of high ground. It's starting to clash between 3 different teams. Toos is also falling from the air. When he's part of the equation, it starts to become a problem. Karmi looking for the solution. Sees a little bit all around him, but he's still confused. Where's his teammate? Where's everyone on his screen? He doesn't know. There they are. Double layered height. It's multifaceted. It's looking good.
They got to be careful though, because there's still going to be teams second height, lower down, who will look to try and take it. We are getting to that stage of the game where some of the better teams will look to fight it, and this is a fight happening on the mid-ground. Tayson looking to find the control. He gets the edit and he gets the shot as well. They will find the elimination. Vidil and Reason though will move towards the front of the zone. They need a couple of eliminations for themselves. They're running low on materials, and so Vidil hit a huge shot there. Vidil, nice damage, nice elimination, and now they have some mats to keep them in this game.
Tayson also doesn't care about any locks on any doors. He's pushing straight in with that SMG. Picks up a vital elimination to keep Thomas and himself inside that lead. Meanwhile, Cammy, he's the only person operating without a teammate, without a partner. Duelist inside this format in the endgame, in the sands. It's going to be trouble. You might end up sinking. That's exactly what happens. He is down. Meanwhile, the clutch ministers of EU are rolling through the tarps, through the layers. They're about to clash with Reason and Vidil side by side. The two POVs we're watching in trouble now, though. This is zone bounce back, kind of not really going towards the right side. They end up for a side-scroller adventure. XP is going to be the first mini-boss they're facing. Going to be tough to kind of get towards them. They use a level skip. No, it's not possible. You cannot get through that wall. They go down. Karmi is somehow still controlling height this entire time. Uninterrupted. All the goats are fighting down below. Now we have new creatures, animals, all the way towards the top. We're hungry to take a little bit of a bite. Reason is by himself as well, trying to clutch. He's getting that pressure from high ground too. He has to be forced to drop down. Squeezed in the end game. He's trying to get a little bit of damage too. Some rattles off on the right side, but it's not going to be enough inside the sand. He has a few more builds to put down. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. None. His chances are gone to stay alive. Alex and Squeeze are looking so good on this layer, but Pablo and Swag are here to play too.
Yeah, we've seen so many of these teams struggle on the back of the side of the zone, and so these guys are going to have to stay compact. They're going to have to stay together, and you can see they're trying to rise up. They don't even want to be there, but they now have to deal with the team on high ground. Karmi does so well, and Swing will get taken out. He will be forced back down, and Swag will soon join him. They actually do have control as the zone starts to move downwards on the hill, and so Andalex now will run into a brick wall. He gets taken out. I've seen Squeeze cuts, but this is too much for him. Swag and Pablo will do it all, but Swag goes down. Pablo now left in a 2v1.
Don't put Pablo in a corner. That being said, though, they do get crunched. Frizz started this with Karmi all the way up top on high ground from the 5th zone, and they're still locking it in. You never see this in EU. Drop down. Pablo on basically half HP. Karmi looking for the lock-in. Pablo got a little bit of shields. Now inside the bushes, it's getting kind of jungly. We're looking at any opportunity, but they're taking so much damage right now. Frizz has to catch up with the zone. Frizz finds the shot, and Pablo goes down.
What a game for Nefriz. How they done it. Like you said, Shia, we don't see teams hold height for that long, but this is what happens when some of the top height teams go down. The up-and-comers can come through and take it, and they will take it well. One game for them in the bank. This is brilliant. Karmi and Nefriz, a brilliant game to display, but can they continue to keep that up?
I mean, I don't know. I feel like I'm watching 3 different end games in every game. There's something going on in the mid-ground by the time we get to that 9th zone. Nefriz and Karmi were part of all 3 sections. They had height the entire time. And Levin, every time we saw anyone in pressure, it was because of that team. They were just relentless on high ground.
Look, this is Nefriz's first FNCS, and he's stepping up to the plate. A victory won in the 2nd game of your first FNCS final. That's not too bad. Des, break it all down for us, guys.
Thank you so much, Levin and Shia Wager. Exactly what I wanted to talk about. Thank you so much, Levin, for continuing these storylines. First time here in a finals. And immediately you see the kind of like repercussions, right? The waves that ripple across everyone else in the lobby. A single team could just dictate the flow of any game like that. And right now for these guys, once again, it's just that.
Spawn. right? They pushed over towards the second place of Default and Lake, eliminated them, and that's they sort of transferred that power over to them, it feels like. And they had the, you know, they had the confidence and the aggression to go up for high ground. But, you know, this was also a result of a lot of these players on these mid ground, you know, some of the big boys sort of struggling around those mid ground levels, you know, not too consistent. You know, it looked a bit messy there.
Yeah, I think that early game engagement where you're talking about where Nefreezy was pushing in and obviously picked up the elimination onto Link and Default, that was just flipped.
Get the better of the other in these lobbies, and the standings are a great way to kind of see the numbers, right? If you're much like me, you just have to see it to understand. Here is that moment for you, right? Right now, the deal and Reason ahead of the pack, doing very well. Once again, making it in that top 10. Now, we have not seen them be able to make it into like those final like top threes. They keep getting shut down, Boop. So what's necessarily happening? I mean, obviously they're still in first, but I feel like if they could make it in that top three, we could easily see a victory royale.
Yeah, it's a Vidil and Reason classic. They've typically struggled in finals, usually with Storm Surge. This game, again, you know, they didn't have those early eliminations, but they managed to make it work. But those late games that we saw for them, very, very messy. We saw them running around on low ground and mid ground as a duo, and then that turned into a solo, and it's not really been the best from them. Janus and Vortex, they're having an okay game, but not too good compared to that first one, obviously.
Yeah, specifically from Vidil and Reason, like, this is what I've seen from them all, I was going to say all season, but I think all of their careers. You know, it was kind of similar when we were watching things back, you know, even back to like the earlier in kind of chapter 2 when they're playing with No Rayleigh at the same time. It's like these guys aren't, well, the easiest way to describe it is they're the opposite of Cammy and Teak, right? Everything that Cammy and Teak do well, that Reason and Vidil don't do that well, right? Dead side rotations, get into the good spots, claiming a lair. These guys in endgame are just messy. They just frag out, they just aim their guns at people's heads and pick up easy eliminations at that point, right? So, hey, that's fired them up to the top of the leaderboard so far. Obviously, we look back, Pink and Anas, they're also still coming up close to the top of the leaderboard, now in third place. You know, not getting too much of the limelight in game number 2, but
You mentioned Cammy and Teak there, you know, talking about consistency, but this time,
I know
not
you'd
as
like
consistent.
that.
I mean, of course, I mean, if you looked at that leaderboard prior, where are they? They're not in the top 10 right now, which is very surprising. As we see, you know, they've been struggling for Surge, and this is something that you don't typically see from them. You know, one of the most prepared duos. You know, we saw them in the first game have some interesting strategies with throwing fireflies at trees. So, you know, they've done the preparation, they know the angles to get Surge, but it's not really working out here. Some of these zones are pretty brutal.
I would say the opposite in a sense, where, you know, Cammy and Teak have historically struggled with Storm Surge, right? It's particular in these early games, but when they're on, they are on, and this isn't even an issue. So to me, this is kind of a little bit of an inclination that they may not be playing their best game right now, because when they have the strategy, when they're an FNCS winning level champion like last season, right, in Chapter 2 Season 8 and in the Grand Royale as well, where they're first and second, it's like these weren't issues for them at that point. Now, maybe they're not playing their best game.
Yeah, it was also like it's another southern zone, and it affected other duos as well, mainly Thomas HD and Tayson. Now, we saw that both Covert Cavern teams this time, they struggled for Surge. Both of them were below Surge into that second zone Surge, unfortunately. And maybe that's a little bit to do with, you know, the way that they play. We see Thomas HD and Tayson, they do get the Vault from Covert Cavern. However, they do go to Greasy every single time to get those chili choke splashes. And maybe that's sort of affecting their rotates, because if you have that sort of strategy, you're going to be taking so much time in order to get all of those items, and maybe you're just overlooting, and that's the issue with having such a big draw spot like Covert Cavern on Con. You just don't know what you want to pick. There's so much you want to get there.
Yeah, and at the time, there's also not that many players around that spot down there to pick up for Storm Surge. So Janus and Vortex struggle that too. So maybe Tayson is also doing the same thing.
I like it. I like it. We're going to keep this coming. All right, we're going to keep talking about this when we come back. But right now, we got to go into the next game on the day. 11-2K Shy Wager, take it away.
Boop Reese, that's exactly what it is. Storm Surge actually stopping some of our, you know, captains that should be taking control of the lobby 11. I think by game 3, that's where you start to make adjustments and maybe change your plans.
Yeah, and it's really strange, right? You look at two of the top teams, right, in terms of Cammy and Teak, Queasy, and these are teams where if you ask any of the top analysts around, right, they will tell you these two teams have two of the most consistent early and mid-game setups, right? And so to see them now in the finals having a bit of struggle there, definitely going to be a reason to have to adapt in this third game. And we'll see what are these small adaptations like. Is it going to be a case of Tayson and Thomas maybe just not going to Greasy, right? What will these changes be? We're going to find out pretty soon, right? But definitely going to have to be made.
No, absolutely. Maybe jump in a car like Vino and crash into boxes. Maybe get a little bit more, you know, flamboyant with the way you're playing your game. So I exactly just want to see what those changes are. Because, you know, for Cammy and Teak specifically, they have, you know, the super mountain to be able to just stay on. We saw it in both game 1 and 2. Didn't result into anything or enough actually at all, which is very surprising. Maybe it's the zones overall as well. But where will the zone go? How will Surge look? Those are the questions for game number 3.
Game number 3, we've seen two teams already pick up some victory royales, and as we head into Tilted, who will be the team to pick up the third? Mr. Savage, 50-50 and up here. This reminds me of some of my arena games, Shayo. And Savage, who we've seen come out on top plenty of times, will actually be taken down, but Benji will be close behind to back his teammate up, but it's not done yet.
DKS down. Bad Sniper still in the situation, I believe. And this is where he can fully change his fate. Sometimes it's worth it to maybe roll through and try again. But it looks like he's missed his opening, so forget that I even said that. Benji dropping that shield keg, ball hitting that revive as well. Very smart. He gets to be full shield basically into the next engagement. He will be the power in terms of, you know, this off-spawn fight. While Savage will just try to boot up as much as possible. Bad Sniper's not going to be able to find that revive, obviously, since Benji got the full finish. Plus, he's just kind of by himself up top on the roof.
Look, last game I said, DKS and Bad Sniper are going to have to make adjustments. They can't keep 50-50ing Benji and Savage off spawn, because that's not going to be a fight that you win. And we head into game 3, they do it again, they haven't won. At what point do you start to make these adaptations that we've been talking about? Look, I don't want to be saying the same thing going into game 4. You know, we'll hope maybe that, you know, he can get his teammate up, Bad Sniper, but again, Benji and Savage, they are like that. They are these guys when it comes to Tilted Towers. And so I don't expect anything to change in that regard as we head into the next couple games.
Things might change between these two teams, and we saw it, the quals overall. Kinzel to zip those, Benji Savage sometimes end up butting heads inside this POI, especially towards the later games. We got to remember you have 2 overall days. Meanwhile, over at Camp Cuddle, nothing is adorable. Nothing is cozy at all. Those guys will keep battling it out. Archskill up against what I would assume would be Swag and Pablo. It's not going to be exactly that. We'll be fighting Eliza off spawn. They'll get that up. And this time, Tripper is not going to trip and fall to his demise. He'll end up winning that off spawn fight. And then we tune in to the most important one, I feel like, in terms of who can control everything on the map, as well as, you know, are Anaus and Pink allowed to play this game? Covert Cavern, and they haven't found anything early, Levin. I feel like when they have a very good early start, maybe a pick or two while people are gliding in, that's where they have control of the lobby.
Yeah, and I've spoken to their coach, Bloodex, right? And you know, he's told me that, you know, he feels good about the team. He feels it's very much dependent on how much Pink can do, right? Because when it comes to Anas, if you're not familiar with Anas, for the people watching, Anas is like a robot, right? You know, and in a good way, he's robotic in the sense that he just doesn't make many mistakes, right? You know, you program him and you know he's going to be able to do all the tasks you set him out to do. And so there's a lot of pressure on Pink there to sort of step up and rise to that level and be able to keep that cool head as he leads his duo to victory. But you saw there, they were trying to get some tags in on Covert, sitting above there, looking to see if they could pick anybody out. Phoenix was there, but he covered himself up well. And this is what else was happening at Covert. Thomas and Tayson getting that vault.
Oh my God.
The loadout is filth, isn't it?
I just, you know, once again, like, what went wrong completely last game? Why weren't these guys high, mighty, and free? And one of the best spots overall, vehicle, save mats till the very end game, launch pad there too. Need I say more? How can you not win off of that? Getting 2 zone pulls as well.
I think Boop is onto something, right, where maybe they are overlooting. Look, if you watch a lot of the Covert teams this season, they very much will go off and look to see if they can get to Greasy and get some chili chug splashes, but in these lobbies, right, the timing just isn't quite working out for them. So Don't know what Vino's doing. Vino, you good?
I see. Yes. This is the fake fight going on right now. Maybe you can get Queasy and Hendo over peak. Very, I don't know. It's one of those, I'm not going to say, you know, low-level strats, but one of those obvious strats that might trip up a very good player. Vino's trying it all. The car might not work this game. PKR and Mappy, they're having some struggles too. Feels like PKR is just taking the brute force front of the damage. It might just be because Link and Default are that good. You talk about a duo that can fight. Their fighting pattern overall just seems so odd, tough to deal with. It's just a constant barrage and never really offline, and as a result, sometimes overwhelm the enemy. Sometimes also go a little bit too ham and all in, and I'm getting picked apart by third parties. I feel like every fight you'll see with Default and Link, it's almost a sky base.
Yeah, you could sort of, Link was investing a lot of materials there to just sort of guarantee that he had the right angle when looking to take the shot, right? But in turn, you know, Mappy just kept building, and it meant he spent a lot of mats. Fortunately for him though, Default will come through and drop him some, and so now they can pincer in on Mappy, and there isn't going to be much room for him to go up here. I'm sure he'll be low on mats as well. They've got to be careful. There is a third party in the distance looking to try to pick up some surge tags, but they need to grab a hold of Mappy here and now, because he's just going to continue to force them to burn materials up here. And it gives more and more time for that team to just sit up and beyond and get some shots in.
There are no winners here. The real CEO, the person making all the profits right now from this fight, is that third party. They're looking really happy. A free body to tag up over and over again, nice. Default and Link have to invest so much, and yeah, you can dance away Default, but your mats are also completely danced away. 278 metal. No wood, no brick, and that second zone's about to start to lock in. I mean, they got some time to bring it all back up. They might not be too far away from zone. But man, you know, maybe Nyes it for now. We can see what we do next.
I think the dancing, if anything, shows the frustration on his behalf, right? Where it's like, look, man, stop fighting us. We're gonna beat you. Like, go away, go away.
Yeah. And then Vino and Joe, I mean, I was roasting the strats before, but apparently they have worked.
Yep.
Maybe Vino has this, you know, cool combination. I know there's a bunch of games with maps where you have to shoot certain walls and do certain things, and you got like an Easter egg or something. Maybe he has like a hypnosis spell they can play, shooting certain walls over at Sleepy Sound, makes Squeezy and Hen a little bit lethargic, gets them to make the wrong decisions, you know? There's some in-game thing we don't know about, but Vino's got the secrets.
Look, you know what, Shai? Usually I'd say, bro, you're bugging out. Like, I don't know where you're getting this from, but you might be onto something, because they have been all over the place in the first two games, and definitely cause for concern. If they don't start to hit their stride soon, we're going to have to start asking questions about what it is they're doing as a duo.
Talk about taking one stride per sidewalk step. You know what I'm talking about? That's Vidil and Reason right now. They got big legs compared to the rest of the lobby. They are just booming right now. 71 points overall. You'd assume that these guys are always the one kind of making mistakes and need to catch up. They're leading by almost 10 points overall. I think they have an 8-point lead on Vortex and Janus, who went down earlier in the last game. First two games, 4th, 5th, 5 elims, 3 elims. They're looking pretty consistent, and that is not usually the case for Vidil and Reason.
And at some point, right, you'd probably expect them to eventually get a victory royale as well to top it all off. And so these guys are looking good again. I still think the questions are there about how consistently are they going to be able to be so aggressive as they are without being punished.
Talk about success and punishment. I brought up the, you know, Tace and Thomas effect of just having everything in the game. Another airdrop, a third launch pad, and their car is still almost full fuel with chonkers. And it's a sedan, so it can pretty much go anywhere they want. Once again, how do you lose from this spot?
Well, I think this game will be a bit different for them, right? Because you can see they're not going too greasy to get the extra chili chug splashes, and so hopefully this time they can find better timing, better rhythm in the mid game, and find a good position to get their surge tags dealt with, right? Look for a spot where you can sort of hold teams in, where there's going to be a whole wave of teams that you can hit shots on, and as much as maybe they've had their struggles, they should be able to hit their shots. It's Tayson and Thomas, for goodness sake, right? So, you know, as long as they can find some good position, hopefully this game will be a much better game for them now that they aren't overlooting.
Might have to drive a little bit overall to get back into the game, because they were a little bit south side overall from the map. They left Covert. Covert got the zone. So a team like Anas and Pink that looks for control has it the earliest form possible. And now we'll see what they do if they can pull a little bit of the Freezy situation out from under their pocket, because that man controlling the game from 5th all the way to the end, that's just insane. Don't ever really see it in EU. It's a very good treat to see. Malbuka Mustache will also be kind of in their pocket. You know, this I think is something they lack a lot, Levin, control.
And I think this is why this is a great spot for them, right? You know, this is the old trusty hill. I'm sure they were happy to see this, and they were like, oh yeah, we can get up on this hill, because as players do start to rotate in, there's going to be a lot of players flocking in from the south, right? And so they're sitting in the perfect position to take some shots and really do some damage. You can see them already here. Tayson and Thomas is the team that Mustache has his eyes set on, but they won't be the only team that starts to flock up in this general area. Some big damage being dealt there by Mustache. This is exactly what they wanted to do from this spot, and it's paying off to perfection.
Up their game a lot so far just off of those early game eliminations. That's one of the benefits of being contested off spawn. If you end up doing really well, you have 6 free points rolling in every single game. You can get up that leaderboard. It just is a very big risk for Vortex and Janus. Full control. We talk about overlooting. Second zone, they're still overall in Greasy. I'm wondering if they've gotten tags on anyone at all. I mean, yeah, the loadout looks good, 12 chug splashes. It costs a lot of time, and time is one of the most valuable currencies inside Fortnite, especially in the early game.
And you can see, right, in terms of their path, they're white lining it to zone, right? They're heading straight up north. And if you remember just a couple seconds ago, way up north is exactly where, you know, Malibuca and Mustache were sitting up on them on that hill. So this is going to be one of those teams who is going to run into a bit of trouble, right? And so 70 above isn't bad, but they're going to want to do some more damage. And as they get into zone, they have to pick their spot wisely, because it could easily run into one of the more congested areas where, you know, there's going to be a bunch of teams, all shambles, looking to try to do some damage.
Yeah, it's dropping way more than even 1 a second, from 70 above down to 20. Everyone's shooting and taking shots, and Vortex knows right now they have to collapse and act on any possible situation, opportunity, and decision. Doing a little bit of damage, 20, keep themselves 41 above, but the pattern does continue without anyone going down so far. Oh no, their car actually tumbling over as well.
Yes.
Okay, that's what, 4 seconds of time? Let's see if that ever makes a difference in this game. 4 seconds, Levin.
4 seconds. I think it's rare you see 4 seconds make a significant difference here, but considering already how much time they spent at Greasy looting up, it could start to add up.
Who's driving? Is it Janus? Give this man some lessons. What's going on? This is not looking like the smoothest ride, but
yeah,
they'll get it in. The deal reason. This is what I'm talking about. So were they in this position last game as well in terms of being very down low and, you know, just collapsing on it and immediately getting back up? I honestly, I'm not super sure. Remember if we got to tune in with that, but the consistency or the lack of might start to kind of roll in with them being down on search.
But the big thing is we know what their strategy will be. Get in. Straight up, just get in. When in doubt, get in. And so we'll see if that opportunity arises for them. In the meantime, though, they will look to try and avoid that situation. He is trying to take some shots elsewhere, and maybe this is it in action. Are they going to get in? Oh,
it's
God.
time. Here we go. There's even a reason to deal. Pushing the storm. They're going straight for it. I think Floki already down, but Deal is still pushing forward. Looking for a few more shots. One person gone, 31 damage above. Yep, that's Clement. They got taken just completely away, deleted. They have all the loot. They're barely even just enough over. 128 looks good overall. I feel like they need a lot more.
In the words of the wise Levin 2K, when in doubt, get in.
You know what's tough? That's Clement and Floki as well. Some people were looking really good at in terms of doing well in this entire lobby, right? They just had a nice come up overall, seeing what they were learning over and over and over again. You get into your game, it's reason of a duel you have to deal with every time, who are just hungry with Surge. It just feels like season after season they can have Ziptos on their team or not. In the first day, they struggle a lot, and that second day, that's their full comeback.
Yeah, and these guys, once they do hit their form, they will be a super consistent team, right? That was always a trend we saw with them in trios, and yeah, it's a different game mode, but you know, these guys are very experienced players. I think the big thing is though that these guys are dealing with some you know, actual really crazy circumstances anyway, right? Of course, they were initially south of the map where there was so much congestion. As far as I know, I believe Clement's actually not feeling too well in real life as well, so get well soon. Hopefully, you know, he wakes up tomorrow and feels a bit better, but these guys are dealing with a lot right now, and that's not going to be a great way to go down in game 3.
Benji and Savage as well, tilted, looking really good, winning 2 off-spawn fights overall, or I guess 3 by this point. Not only that, but surviving and being able to be in a good position towards endgame. That all amasses to 24 points. I don't think that adds up properly, Levin. If you're not that disturbed off spawn, getting true free eliminations, right? Your medal count already looking, what, a quarter way full as you start the game? Plus, like, you know, you're getting these free points, you're getting some nice momentum. I'm not sure what else these guys need to do. Maybe it's just a endgame situation. Things on their lair are maybe too much, you know, matched by some other teams. They're getting interrupted, not enough space to control. Off spawn, yeah, they might be great. We keep talking about it, but endgame looks like Benji and Savage having a little bit of trouble.
I think one of the things with this team is that they are prone to getting themselves in situations where they are surrounded by a bunch of teams and things do start to get a bit scuffed. The good thing is that when, you know, they are on form and they're feeling it, they hit a bunch of shots, they take down people. If you're watching Savage or Benji stream, it's just very exciting. You're gassed off your mind. You know, everybody thinks, oh wow, these guys are so good. But if they aren't hitting the shots, if they are, you know, not feeling it and in rhythm, and they're surrounded by a bunch of teams that maybe are a bit hungry and a bit scuffed, and things can get a bit crazy for them, right? And so we'll see how they fare with their position in this game, but that has been an issue for them. And even though they are getting off spawn with relative ease, the mid and end game can be a difficult place for them. Look, Bad Sniper was able to get DKS back up, so they will have a game to play, but it's all about how they use it.
I mean, they're about really far ahead from their off-spawn competitors right now. 47 points compared to 24, 25. Looking pretty good for the moment. Let's see if this position from Anas leads towards anything for the moment. They've been up here for so long, just rattling away down below. Was that basically just a one-tap? Is that all he needed? Absolutely. And that looked good. Very good use of the ammunition as well, because this man is running low overall on those light bullets.
They were just in the best spot there. They are way up above.
See, this is the issue I have with it, though. They've been so active from the spot overall. I feel like they've kind of depleted the pressure they can have towards endgame. As I say that, Anas gets gifted 441 light ammo. I'm going to shut up now. Reason and Thomas. Let's look at them real quick, because we know Anas' story overall. Just to remind you, Thomas, statistically, I feel like, I'm just going to call it, has the best loot ever available for a zone like this. It's your home zone overall. You have 3 pads, you got an airdrop. Your teammate literally has an all gold almost loadout. You guys have 12 peppers. It can't go wrong.
Yeah, these guys are big chilling. Like, big chilling. And I think the big thing is that, you know, as long as there's not anything crazy, like as long as they don't get some bad RNG where, you know, someone just happens to waltz into their box when they pad or something, like, they are looking very good. They've got the peppers, they've got all the pads in the world, they've got enough loot, and they've got more than enough talent to secure and see this game out.
I think the only thing that might be bad for them overall, I mean, they're good on Surge too, is that they've been driving around for too much, maybe looking at the scenic overviews around them and not, you know, being in work mode. It's time, though, to clock in. And for reason of a deal, they're putting in overtime completely. 32 damage above now. It seems like their story is just a very, I don't know, Doom-like seesaw. Back and forth. They're above Surge and then down, and things are bad again. It's just very tough. 22, they're barely even just, you know, out of water. You're basically looking at someone just doing a freestyle swim. Their head comes up slightly a little bit for that breath. But then once again, they're down bad. Moments later, down in the depths. Janus and Vortex as well. They're going to be limit blocked, 27 damage below. Usually, this is the point where they look for information, look at a few other teams, see what you want to do, but they have to be focusing on one right now with the spray.
Yeah, this zone's going to be really difficult for certain teams to navigate as we see Reason goes down. The deal now going to be left in this game as a solo, and that's not even going to be enough. He will try and force the issue a bit and will pay with his life for it. He goes down. Janus and Vortex now as well in a bit of a difficult situation. 65 below, they're in a pickle against the Storm. It's Benji and Savage.
Nice shot.
And this is just going to keep on going. They know that they need to deal some damage, and so they're going to keep applying that pressure. And how will Benji and Savage respond?
15 seconds, though, for everyone else to move. Benji does end up clapping back, and we see Vortex now going down. This zone's going to be so troublesome for so many people. They have to move up on elevation. This is not a normal situation for people on the outskirts. They have to be traveling across the mountain using double the mats.
This is really nice. You know they're going to be able to try to find some battle for height. There's going to be a crazy one. Janus, though, is actually able to get the res on Vortex. I'm surprised that Benji and Savage let them have that. typically they're very clinical, but you can see in the bottom right the arrows flying, whizzing into the safe zone. Everybody trying to get in and above. Nobody wants to be down below that hill, because if it pulls across, they're going to be spending a lot of resources trying to beat that. So Janus now going to have to focus. Even with the little HP he has no choice but to continue. They've got an okay amount of mats, but the HP is dwindling.
They almost have less ammunition than they have HP combined overall. This is tough. 6 bullets in the MK7, 80 in that SMG. Barely even enough to pressure a wall. I'm not even sure if that can get you a full elimination. We might have to go straight to pickaxes for this team. Meanwhile, Benji and Savage, they've also been fractured as a whole. I mean, barely any shield to recover at all. Health for Savage down. This man can't do his signature storm dipping in and out plays either. This is tough.
Yeah, and that first zone is going to pull a bit across the hill. So for some of those teams lower down, this gets tough. Pink and Anasto, they are right where they want to be. And typically, right, you know, you don't necessarily want to be holding out high ground from this moment on. But if there was a team I trust to do it, it would be these guys. And so they're setting up real well here.
So I'm going to be pulling right across. All the mountains and the valleys will be a little bit near water after this one as well. Anyone down low, I hope you have materials, because this is going to be absolutely tough. Launch pads used super early. Anas and Pink at a perfect position to try to just rattle down on anyone that's flying across them. Thomas and Tayson elect not to even use a pad. They might just run this one, but I'm not sure if that greed is going to cost them in the long run. They wait for a few teams to start moving in front of them. No, the pad will actually be there. Thomas with a nice block, 360 degrees on that pad. Yes, someone else will find it, but the most important thing is they've taken no damage, and they're actually setting up for height immediately. Yes, we saw Freezy do this before. They instantly took that height and looked to just keep it overall, but no, they're not actually being active as they move. On the left side, you see Domination starting to peek its head above high water. On the right, you see Survival with Janus starting to move. Yes, gotten one elimination. That's his teammate in the box. I was about to just scream Vortex low HP, and they have to drop down this mountain. Can Vortex make that drop is the question, because I'm not sure if he has the materials. He's taking a little bit of zone damage. Janus has no mats, and he's playing in a mountain zone. He should not be able to survive this one.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to tank here. It's going to be very difficult. He's out wide in the open. He doesn't have many options. Is the zipline going to come out? He is. It's the last resort, and he's going to use it to break through some builds. It actually works out, but can he get the elimination on the back of that? He can! Janus, how have you managed to do that? That's unreal. But now he needs anything, because the mats weren't enough to keep him afloat in this one. He still is incredibly shambles, and so he now needs to continue on this path. He's running around trying to find anything he can sneak into someone's box if possible.
On the final walls, he slides. Meanwhile, Thomas is still fighting on his own layer. Janus finally going down. Anas and Pink are still holding on. They've cascaded, just basically made stepping stones to maintain height and be very close towards the second height right below them, but that's many teams right below. That's Tayson and Thomas as well. Naku just goes flying down like a rocket from the skies. A meteorite hits Earth, and he's finally fine. Malibuka and Mustache, they're split in half, and now Malibuka's looking for that clutch as well. Down below on Surge, needs some Elam very badly. Yes, you have the materials, my friend. You have the minis, but this is your final one. Start to dive inside a box. He's underground right now. A portion of the zone I didn't even know was possible to be alive in. Hen and Queasy are down there too, and they're going to be the rulers down below. They take him out. Savage and Benji Fishy also surviving. Down in the dirt though, Savage with 20 total HP. He can take maybe just one more tick. This has to just be all on Benji. Somehow though, they're both still alive. 13 teams. How's that shot even possible? He basically pushes it through that wall. Savage has control. He's fully focused in at this position. A player should not be able to function in these circumstances, but he's making it work. They're even just playing around that zone edge. Yes, to be very careful for this moment. No one's gone down in the feed. It's a pause for many players. That zone finally locks in, and it looks like it starts to bounce back as well. A little bit of nice pressure, but oh no, Thomas down. Tayson now by himself. How did this happen? They had the best loot, one of the best spots, and now it's Tayson in that clutch driver's seat.
Yeah, and Tayson's been here before, but can he do it now on the biggest of stages? He still has 3 charges left in those gauntlets, and he has his eyes set on some players low ground. Anybody who could be a hindrance to him, he will try to eliminate, but he has to make sure he doesn't attract the attention of too many duos, because as a solo, it's going to be real hard to deal with that. He's got to be careful. He has his eyes set on Wafflet there. Will they battle it out? He's tanking the zone now. He needs to eventually get in at some point. He only has that one chug smash left, and he will use that SMG now to try and do some damage and get the loot, but no, he can't. He has to stay a bit higher up, but the high ground team is looking to try and take him down, and it's back to the backside of zone. It is for Tayson.
He's trying to freestyle a little bit. Now he's stuck behind Cammy and Teak. Defensive duo. You just saw them take down one right in front of them as well. They're going to be right up to wall next to Kiriachi and Stormy right It's all about the greats in mid-ground and about domination on height. Pink and Anas are looking so good. This might just be absolutely free for them to get towards that top 2. 4 teamers remain, 8 total players. It's all duos on all sides, and they're all in the mid-ground.
Pink and Anas, they can't even really get involved. They ain't got much SMG ammo, and so they can't even take the shot. They just have to wait it out and wait for players like Kiriachi and Stormy Right to deal with everybody on low. And we know that these guys can do it. Stormy Right will pick up one, Milad will go down, and now he's got to regroup with Kiriachi.
Stormy Right playing inside that zone. His screen fully blue, but I know he's just seeing red, trying to find any damage inside these boxes, editing on these walls. But what do they even own? Cammy now also moving forward. Him and Teak still alive. Low ground warriors and never lose from these positions. And both duels about to clash. Cammy going for the shot from the right side. Teak with a spray! And they both stay alive. Teak taking a lot of shield damage. 3 teams now left. 1 solo is only walks on the right side. Who picks him up? Free Elan for Teak. Now it's a 2v2. Anas, Pink, and Cammy Teak on the low ground. 2 Titan teams fighting for this spot in Cobra Canyon. Yes, the ground looks icy, but it's starting to even out. Anas running a little bit low on the materials overall. He's looking for that first drop down shot. Hard the mat's gone from Cammy and Teak. That's the question. First rock in. There's a river now down below too. A car to use, maybe some tech from Teak. We've seen it before, and it's looked oh so good. But they're finally all in. Here comes Anas. Big shot from the left. Big protection from the right side too. They're going for the pinch. Anas going for the chop down from the top 2. Chug splash. The final one drop down. 14 seconds. But that zone closes in. It's close, and no person wants to take that first shot to fight. This is huge. Anas is going to go down for the moment, leaving Pink in the 1v2. No knocks on the other side yet. Zone finally clasps in. Only a shotgun in Pink's inventory, and they win that battle towards the end. Clinical, absolute swag in that one too. They let that game burn off on itself.
From the moment high ground was available, they had it and they locked it down. They win the game and finally announced themselves to the rest of the lobby. A great victory for Pink and Anas. The robot and the British Bulldog do it. What a game.
I mean, that's just fundamentals at play too, right? You want to be flashy in those situations. You know you have the splashes too, but you also understand it's Teak on the low ground. Anas only saw him once. He realized he's done the damage. He puts all the heals on the Pink. We never see a teammate be a sacrificial lamb in those situations as well, Levin, right? That was just perfect for both of them.
Yeah, they played that incredibly well, and look, I can't wait to see how the Brest breaks that down, because that was a fun one. They held height for so long there, but they didn't even have the ammo to really get in there and get the eliminations necessary. Nevertheless though, guys, tell me what else happened. What was happening down below?
My goodness, boys, game number 3. Pink and Anas are finally online, holding that high ground from 6th zone. And we're all sitting in the back like, is this too early? Is this too early, Zeke? Boop, Reese, is this too early? And of course, the answer is no. They are here. They have made it to finals. 5 eliminations. And I will say, Boop, they could have gone with a few more eliminations, okay? Just to be a little bit nitpicky. But still, a Victory Royale is a huge boon.
Yeah, I did tell you guys we were all going to expect low number Victory Royales from these guys, but I'll be honest. A bit more, you know, they're going kind of crazy today. But right, I mean, these guys, speaking of crazy, they could have probably fallen asleep at 2nd zone and then woken back up at 6th zone and be completely fine, because they had gotten every single zone from that point onwards. However, it was a skill for height kept there by them, and you know, it's just picture perfect. You got to take use of the opportunities that you get, right, Reese?
Yeah, this moment when we're watching from like Teak and Cammy's perspective, I feel like I'm watching Grand Royale, game number 5. It's the exact same thing.
Okay.
It's under a bridge. It's that final kind of, well, at that time it was a 3v3 situation. Now we're in the 2v2, but now the tables are flipped. Cammy and Teak winning that game because you see guys like Pink and Anas up on high ground absolutely dominating. And going back to what you said, Boop, zone. Zone was everything for a lot of teams there at that moment. That pulled over Covert Canyon. We know the Pink and Anas drop there. We know there's a bunch of other teams that are also in this spot. Here we go. Here's a shot of it right over exactly where they drop here next to the Llama split. So it's like, you know, they were able to get set up on that hill so early before everyone else. And you notice the build that they had, right, with the cones up on top, giving them full 360-degree view where really no one else can shoot you up there, gives them that amazing amount of Storm Surge tags. That's why they ended up with no ammo, because they just rattled through that all the way through the early and mid game.
It's so clean, boys. I cannot believe it's happened. But now the question is, will the lobby continue to allow this to happen, right? Or are they going to say, okay, listen, you did it one time. Sounds great. You had the high ground. We're going to try and shut you down going forward. Or is this going to just continue, right? I mean, just to see them clinically say 6th zone, high ground, let's win a game. that does not spell good news for the rest of the lobby. Let's really quickly take a look at our standings and see how things are going. We have 12 games total. This was game number 3. We have another 3 ahead of us today. Now, let's just take a look from like top to bottom, right? You got Pink and Anas, of course, that Victory Royale. Those eliminations are helping them hold that lead. It's not by as much as I'm assuming they'd want right now, Boop, but still, it's something, right? But you know, when you look at, say, third, Tayson, Thomas, 13 points behind, that's really not that far away.
No, and it's names we're surprised to see his Diox and Waffler, you know, the double controller duo making it happen, and you see exactly why. 15 eliminations in total, the most out of anyone here on this leaderboard. So, you know, this is a very elimination heavy format, and they're making it work. Thomas and Tayson pretty close to Link and Default. Unfortunately, this game had to travel a lot further in terms of zones, so they struggled just a tiny bit here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we talked about Tayson, Thomas HD. They were really set up, you know, as Shayo said, the best loot ever when it came to picking up that elimination there. And you know what? They were able to capitalize. Top 5th, right? 5 place, 4 eliminations. So doing good, but you know, they're a championship team. They're looking for that first as we go for that second page here. We've got Mustache and Malabuka, players who have now won off of spawn multiple games right now. You know, they game number 1, we saw that they lost. Then the next 2 games in a row, they've managed to win off spawn, and you know, almost getting a top 10 is really good for them. But I know these 2 guys are looking to push their way up into top 5 and obviously first.
Yeah, and I mean, just another duo, right? It's Joe and Vino also winning off spawn, so there's a lot happening here, right? Every little thing that happens does affect the end games, but enough from us for right now. We're ready to jump back into all of the action, so this is game number 4. We got ShyWager 11 standing by.
Guys, look, I'll be real. I'm looking at the leaderboard. I'm seeing some of the players who are high up, and you're talking about big eliminations. The ability to come back is clearly going to be something to watch out for, right? If one of these teams does just have, you know, a big pop-off game, right? If they're sitting in, you know, 15th and above, look, they could easily sneak their way in there.
Absolutely, but it also looks like you have to be able to capitalize when you have the option, right? I'm seeing some teams falter a little bit. They have the position, don't have the damage, or vice versa. Some storm fights happening as well. So EU feels like it's at its breaking point, and we're barely even halfway through day 1.
Yeah, it's going to be a real exciting time. I think the big thing is, right, in terms of the favorites coming in, have they been able to step up to the plate in the first 3 games? Some of them haven't quite been able to do it. Like, I still got my eyes on Queasy and Hen. I still got my eyes on them. They're still in my heart, right? 11th in that game. They made it deep that time round, but, you know, they got to be making it further than deep, right? This is a team that people expect to be making it all the way through and winning games on height in the manner that Pink and Anas just did. And so if these guys can continue to dominate high ground, Queasy and Hen are going to be left wondering what could have been. How did we not manage to close it out there?
Yeah, that was even, you know, a little bit of a northern zone overall as well. And they were alive at low ground at some point. My eyes are also on Tayson and Thomas. If no one can stop them, I feel like they've already won the entire competition. But with that being said, game 4 is right here, right now.
Game 4 of 12. It's been a interesting first 3 games, to say the least, right? But definitely a fun ride, and game 4 is going to be no different. We've already seen this off-spawn battle happen a bunch of times. The 50-50 at the main building of Tilted again, as ShyWager says. This time, though, Bad Sniper and DKS making the smarter decision and not just 50-50 on this building.
Interesting. Will it stay that way? It's the question. I think you were calling for this for what, the last 2 games, Levin? I think you were calling for this for the last week, maybe, before the match has even started. Please don't do the 50-50. We know how it ends for Bad Sniper every FNCS. Here we go.
The weird thing about this engagement, though, which I will give them credit for, is even though they've been like losing here, they're still doing better on the leaderboard than Benji and Savage, weirdly enough, which is why I fear that like it will just continue to play out this way. Even when they are shambles or spawn, they're able to get themselves back into games really well, and in a way that we haven't seen Bad Sniper do in the past.
You want to know why? It's because exactly of what you said. This man has been at the 30th spot. He's been down bad. He was born in this position, molded by it, right? Savage and Benji basically just rolled in when they were already men. These guys grew up in kind of the slums of the leaderboard overall, always down low, always in Lazy Lake being bullied. They know how to operate in the darkness.
They are the darkness, right? Neko and Dan going up here against Cyrox and Flawless in the battle of what team can be the most shambles during mid-game. That was nice. It's true,
That was
nice.
unprovoked. That's a little bit of a violation, but also true.
Look, these are two teams who, you know, were able to make their way through. Cyrex and Flawless made it through in the semi-finals format. They won a game. But from what I've seen today, I don't think they're anywhere near winning a game.
What I'm a fan of in all these players here right now is specifically Faceless in terms of his confidence. I had a few chats with him behind the scenes as well. And although they're coming in and understand they're going to be contested, they also know that they're more experienced at the spot. And when it comes to practice, they're always the ones that are winning overall at the station over and over and over again. So you'll see it right here, 10 actually going down. 15 points, so Faceless and Zyra have done something right overall. And yeah, they'll continue to get challenged. I think the issue with this duo overall is they don't have the experience of being at the stage over and over again.
And this is the adaptation we were looking for. Setting. They're not over towards the south of Sleepy. And Logjam's a POI that they've landed at, you know, with pretty much a decent amount of this season. They've switched it up. And they didn't consistently find a home. But the big problem here is that they're going up against Stormy and Kiriachi. And we saw what these guys did last endgame, right? And so these guys won't be happy to be contested this game. It's all about being able to win out that fight. Chapix and Seti just haven't been able to get it done so far today.
I'm not sure what it is, but I feel a little bit nostalgic in the way I'm watching Kiriachi make these bait ramps, going back and forth and making a huge tower at the middle of a POI that has metal and roofs around it. I'm looking at some Slurpy Swamp type gameplay from back in the day right now. The same type of fundamentals. Sometimes you watch, you know, those animes or the TV shows and you see a character do a move and it flashbacks to an older type move from generations ago, and it just feels like Kiriachi's in his element off spawn. I think he was waiting for someone to come through and contest him. They were always surprised in previous seasons and they came up and above. He always finds height in these fights and then just claps down.
Is Kiriachi in his element, or Chapix and Seti just out of it? They can't win at Sleepy. They can't win here at Logjam. Where are they going to go next? Are they going to go Covert? Are they going to go all the way the other side of the map to Chonkers? Like, what are they going to do?
Hold up, I got you here. I'm going to spin this wheel. Rocky Reels is actually where we're going to see Seti and Chapix next, according to the randomness, but we'll see exactly what they choose if they want to stay at the north side. We're looking at Fraction and Coop as well. A duo that fought hard in Squalls all the way up to the semifinals to get towards this spot. And it was off of Fraction's crazy play. Talk about adaptiveness. They might not have the most of it. I think they have many different game plans to roll in with. But if they make it to these end games, Levin, they act like legends that we love to watch season after season.
Yeah, big up, you know, Coop and Frack. You know, in the community, they do get bantered quite a bit, like on everybody's predictions list. Yeah. I hate to mention it, but on everybody's prediction list, these guys get put at bottom. And like, it's become like a running joke now, right? That like Frack will just always get last. But I actually have faith in them not to get last today. So up the Coop, up the Frack. Good luck, lads.
Actually, Swollium as well. On some of my predictions list, I always assume these fights always go absolutely atrocious and they end up near that last place spot. But once again, you know, they end up good off spot. Also, for that replay, I want to fact check if that's from finals or from Qual 1 or from Qual 2 or from the semis, because I feel like I've just watched those guys fight in that same way Swollium goes through with a beam like every week.
We literally have seen that fight play out so many times. It's like I see it in my dreams at this point. Like I can't escape that fight no matter what, you know. And every session that we saw it as well, you think to yourself, okay, at least one of these teams is going to qual and the other won't, so we're never going to see this again. And then semis day one, okay, one of these teams will qual, the other won't, we'll never see this again. Finals day one, one of these teams, oh, we're here, finals. Yeah,
oh, wait, it's finals.
It's finals, it's too late. We're just going to keep seeing this fight now for the rest of the season. Oh boy, Let's Swilliam, Floki Clement. I can't bear to see it anymore, honestly. It's hard to watch at this point.
Listen, once you go chonkers, you can never go back, you know, that's what they say. So it's unfortunate. They'll be stuck in that time loop over and over again, just asking each other to bargain 24/7. We'll see exactly how it works. Pink and Anas not going to have the home zone, so to speak, for Covert Cavern. It's not going to be all the way over to the top left, but they get to actually drive and ride, kind of like in game 2. We'll see exactly if that will be very beneficial for them. Kamitik looks like when they don't have zone, this spot for them works a lot better. They can catch teams on the rotation. If they get that middle towards tilted zone, that's where trouble happens. They don't have enough teams active around them moving around.
We'll see what they can do from this position, what they can find. You can see the trees on fire there. That isn't an accident, by the way. They want to clear as many trees as possible, make sure that their lines of sight are clear so that they have vision on these teams here, right in the distance, that they can take shots at. And they like to perch themselves up on this hill in case there's anybody lurking and tilted that they can get some shots on. So you'll constantly see Teak looking towards that side as well. But this is just very standard stuff. And this is part of why, you know, their early and mid game is so consistent, because they just have these protocols that they follow and continue to follow and that are effective, if anything, right? So hope to see these guys deeper into the game. We saw them last time. Cammy had to do a solo clutch. He wasn't quite able to pull it off. Or maybe this time he'll have the teammate by his side.
Got a little bit more placement though, so he made the best out of one of those situations. Meanwhile, Wildflower and Deox, you talk about protocols, you talk about, you know, a way of having a system to play the game. I feel like they're just having fun, right? Obviously have some good fundamentals and have a game plan moving forward, but every situation, they just seem like water. They can fit into any type of box fight. They can deal with any pressure, just morph into, you know, the things they need to, whether it's to be a little bit more aggressive, disengage a bit more, and as a result, second on the boards right now. They're in the top 10 sometimes. They have a lot of elims. That's what's pushing them forward.
Yeah. Speaking of having fun, I'm having fun casting with you, Shia.
Oh, same love, man.
This is the part where if there was a crowd, we go, "Are you guys having fun?" And then they all start screaming and chanting. But one day, we'll have it one day.
Default and Link seem to have a crowd wherever they go. Third-party connoisseurs. For Stash. That happens to me too, you know. The amnesia, forgetting how to edit a square. All good, man. All good.
I promise you, this is one of the best mechanical players in the scene. Right? Like I promise, guys.
Okay, Malibuca taking a few shots. I think this is the issue. They need to land the first shot in a lot of these fights, or they just end up playing on the back foot way too much. I know Mustache can fill for the pressure that Malibuca won't have when he's healing, and I know they can do it vice versa. But I feel like they just don't hit hard enough inside these fights. It's against Tayson and Thomas as well, and you can notice that they're a little bit overwhelmed. Third-party shots coming in, lots of damage. Have to use more shields than even if they were down bad on Surge. It's tough. You want to make sure you're making everything perfect in these moments, because it is the finals. You can't really get away with getting shot by a third party like that, with making too many mistakes.
Yeah, the problem that Thomas and Tayson, they have so much materials. They can just sort of sit here and wait this out, right? And they've got the means to get out in case of an emergency as well with the pad.
Look at the third party.
Yeah, the third party coming in as well. So as long as they just hold it off, Mustache and Malibuca are going to have a whole different entity to deal with.
Basically called a summon in right now, and it's going to be in the form of Castry, Vortexia, HP bars. Going to be huge. Damage also going to be tough to deal with as soon as they rock into these builds, and Castry's waiting. Double spray. No need to pray. Castry's just there. They understand exactly what needs to be done. That's just get the heal him. I think it's Thomas and Tayson that just steal it though. So yeah, Castry, you keep the damage, we'll keep the loot.
I like that. That's a fair trade. I think I'd take that in these lobbies with how intense it gets. And Malibuca and Mustache being punished for that. Malibuca will just sort of sit there alone now. But this is exactly what we're talking about, right? The longer they sat there, the higher an opportunity for a team to roll through. I did see Pink and Nash sort of just drive by as well in the distance. Good thing they didn't get involved. That would have become a huge mess of some of our top teams.
Absolutely. And usually, Levin, the names on the script, right, when they're handed to me for the finals, they're blacked out, right? I have to assume I might just start to rub away that highlighter, because, you know, Thomas, Tayson, launch pads after launch pads, airdrops, and now in this game, a free refresh while they're getting pressured by a third party. You know, I just feel like, hold up, wait a minute. Give me a second. Okay, there we go. It's all fine. I just feel like it's just good for them 24/7, and it only gets better. In this spot, they get lobby sprayed, and any other team, and they're just down. For them, they get to just move across a lake, swim, for almost absolutely free. I swear they use more than 100 mats, but the counter said they only use 100 brick. So here we are. The script speaks.
Yeah, and I think this is why everyone knew they were just going to be such a threat, because they haven't even really had like their pop-off game. Right? They're still good for a win. Like at one point within the next couple of games, right, even whether it be today or tomorrow, they are going to win a game, right? And so this is just what the advantage of Covert is, and it's the reason why, as much as, you know, they are so strong, I'll be so surprised if tomorrow there isn't a team that decides, let's just go contest Covert, right? There's so much loot there, let's try it. And that's where maybe they will start to run into some issues. But in the meantime, while they have it free,
listen, man, they've had some really good coaches so far. Kane and Cruel, right? They've had Andretta and Flois that have taught them how to drop fast. I feel like through all the quals, like it's looked really good. And they've beat every version of a team that's rolling into Covert.
Well,
it's Thomas, man. You said this. I'm quoting you. He has the best flaw in the game. I can't do Levin accent, but you know what I'm saying? Like, like I'm trying to match the deepness and the accent. It just does not work whatsoever. But you said he's literally the fastest glider. The desk has said it themselves. He has a perfect glide for Covert, and he has not been beaten. I think in one game out of 6 in total.
Yeah, they got amazing drops, and it's the reason why if you do decide to contest them, it's never going to be easy, right? But for Spawn in Fortnite is even when you have the best drops, there are times where maybe you just get unlucky RNG, you don't get quite the best loot, and off Spawn someone pinches you, catches you out. That was a really huge shot. They take Vortex Shear down. That's going to help them stay afloat on Surge for now, as they have to try and move their way in, and they'll hit a couple more along the way.
Okay, so this is where we make it difficult for them. 2 maximal zones. Really have to start to get going, and they're down on Surge. They take out the people who came in to save them from a fight. That's kind of savage, not polite, but we don't need any of that here for Thomas and Tayson inside the finals. Pablo also struggling a little bit on the right side of the screen. We saw just moments ago Vidil be added to the X-Squeeze milkshake in terms of being put in a blender inside that box. Both him and Reason went down. Now Thomas, Tayson will have to start to swim. Pablo and Swag, there are 4 of the members on the map right now that are looking a little bit bad on Search.
That's going to be huge, right, in terms of Vidil and Reason going down, because we know what sort of power they hold in games. When they get deep in, when they start feeling it, it can take out anybody. And so Thomas and Tayson, who now look like they are in, like you said, a bit of a pickle.
A pickle? These guys are like in the whole rap, man. This is just tough. You know, toppings plus aside, this is a meal of a situation to get out of, not just one vegetable.
And there's not like an obvious team right by them that they can sort of push to deal with their Surge, right? They're just gonna have to hope that people in the lobby do go down while they try to out-heal it. They're gonna use a pad to get themselves closer towards the zone now, but
one person
again, an opportunity to try and stay in this game. Like you said, just the one person. And this is gonna be Krusty on the right side of your screen. That is that one person. He is dealing with Surge all by his lonesome. It doesn't seem like there's an imminent threat towards him other than the server itself. So again, just staying at that 71. I'm sure the comms between Tayson and Thomas are, when will someone go down? Please, please. There is a knock in the feed.
It's all on Aqua. Aqua can stop this. Aqua, please.
Should he though?
With your financial assistance. Okay, it's Vino. Actually, no, it's Vino, please. 1 donation of elimination, please. My friend, there we go. Both
finally
actually go down, and the lobby can just be fine.
Tayson and Thomas will live to see another day, or another zone, I should say, as they make their way into zone here on the edge. But look how much they've committed, right? So many of the materials going into making sure they have a safe path to zone that they'll need to recoup somehow. This is how Vidil and Reason went down. Vidil just holding some builds, but running into the person who took Reason out, and so they felt. We know they do well in the chaos, but in that situation, weren't quite able to hold on. And so they will be sent back to the lobby. And as you can see, 4th zone, not many teams in it, so this will be a very interesting rotation. You can see all those teams towards the north. They have to find their way to get in and try get in without any sort of issues either, which will be hard with the likes of Pink and then that's just sitting here in a perfect spot to just hold teams in. You can see it's a clear path between them and the teams that they need to stop. All they got to do, hit the shots. Last game, we saw them up on height. They didn't have much ammo, Shayo. This game, and that's just looking fine in that regard.
They'll get to dictate who comes out and in. My question is, are we watching, you know, birds flying in the sky, or like a colony of different, you know, ants just pushing through the ground with builds, snapping, fighting at each other with, what's that? Mandibles with mandibles. Yeah, that's the word. Okay. Cammy Teak, they'll kind of be in the underground stand situation. They're very close to the zone, but there's a few teammates in their way. some barricades to kind of move around and out from. Lizen always feels like he's getting picked apart in this situation. And Benji as well. Okay, I thought Savage was down and out. Usually that is the case. 2 armored walls put down. That's a big investment, but they still have 2 more and a pad. Did they land that covert themselves as well? I'm not sure where this loot's coming from, but they're making it spawn in.
It looks like it. You can see that they are just trying to hold that team. They wanted to hold that team, but that team padded above, and so now they can just run in. They've obviously got the pepper as well, which makes it a bit speedier. But they've also got to be careful, right? Because there will be teams that start looking in this direction and they don't want to take any unnecessary damage. They're not thriving in the shield department. They could easily be down in that regard. And so finally getting their way in, nicely done.
95 below, they got some more work to do, and Thomas HD and Tayson have to basically do 2 whole jobs full time to get back into this game. 175 damage below. Really needed a close engagement, and that's exactly what Thomas finds. The second shot not gonna land. 189 down now. That pump's not gonna be enough to really push them back up. Yeah, just chop that value in half. 59 though. 11 people need to go down, so they'll be in this situation for a while. Thomas is finding these shots with such ease. This is crazy. He still has another edit to get. They were in trouble before, but they have a duo to bully now with Squeezy and Hen, who get pushed back into their builds. 72 damage above now. They're looking good. Hen is not going to go out without really a fight or at a negative either. He gets 2 eliminations on Mustache and Malabuka for the damage that he took from Thomas. We'll see 2. Mr. Savage on the right side finds eliminations as well. 4 total moving into this zone with Benji. And they have height. And if I see the mini map, I'm trying to see if they're maybe near the south side. Yeah, it looks like they have a little bit of a chance to control the entire portion of zone. Move in to a different box. You're seeing if there's anything in here. Is this where they eliminated someone else, or maybe there's a pad to use? Yeah, they do have a little bit of free loot to gain, and that's a big refresh of materials. Huge for Benji and Savage. Levin says it himself. If they get refreshed at this point, that is one of the, ingredients for a win overall in the finals for this team.
Yeah, they definitely are setting up to potentially do that now. And I was going to say, Thomas and Tayson needed a favorable zone. And it did seem that they did somewhat get that. But is it going to be an easy of a path to get there as I thought? In the meantime, it does look like it. Just a bit of wood having to be spent.
Look at it. This is so tough. Tayson is at a sliver of HP. If he's just touched, he'll go down. And that's exactly what happens.
Yeah, that was rough. With that much HP rotating in any zone, you're always going to have some sort of an issue. And so now Thomas with 12 builds, look, he's a clutch master. I've seen him do some incredible things on his own against not even just duos, trios even. But this would be a mountain and a half to climb. We'll see if First Moving can be on his side to some regard and maybe allow him to stay in the game a bit longer, get his team some extra points, keep them in a higher position on the leaderboard. But if zone doesn't favor him, it's going to get real rough for Thomas.
This is the one man who I can believe can make the clutch inside of you. We'll see what happens. Waffler and Deox on the right side, similar point threshold to Thomas HD on the left. They are both alive and both at the best spot for the zone. It's going to move right next to them. I think they're one of the closest duos so far for the zone right now. And they're also basically almost in the lead. 45 players to watch as the 6th zone just pulls towards the right. Majority of the lobby, including Thomas, will have to make that far rotation. Deox and Waffler can just crab walk on this low ground as much as possible. Look at high ground though. I'm liking that 2-side split. Benji and Savage have control right now. Will they have hands in winning this game for EU?
You can see Kiriachi, Stormy, right? They want to have their hand. They want to go again. We saw what they did last game round. But can they replicate that and go even further this time? They want to jump in a box to try to get themselves a refresh. They got to be careful. They are down on Surge, and it is so difficult to deal with it during the moving zones. But for the meantime, they're going to have to try to tank some zones to get some Surge. They don't want to go for height. I promise you that. That's going to be a messy situation, and they won't. But you can see Mr. Savage on Benji in the bottom left of your screen. They're the ones that hold it. And this is where all their fans will be happy to see them in a position where they can really do some damage now.
They're playing a normal game of Fortnite. Meanwhile, on the bottom right, we have just, I don't know, Fortnite racers going on. Deox and Waffler are in a car, pushing through every possible build from mid-ground all the way to low. They're finally getting beamed, and the car might start to explode. Maybe having a little bit too much fun, but they save so much, rightfully so. Deox barely has any mats available to be able to move in this situation, but they're really beaming. Now somewhere inside their box, I think it's just Mappy that comes racing in with PKR and take him out.
Yeah, you talked about how that team has endless amounts of fun. Where did their fun get them? Right back to the lobby. Stormy, Ryan, Kiriachi, though, they're sitting nice there. They do get dropped down, but that's still okay. You see how they have control. They're at the front of the zone. They just need to make sure they block off their back and look for eliminations below and above them. Mr. Savage, though, and Benji, sitting with 5 eliminations up on height. They need to make sure they watch out for second height. Watch out for anybody lurking, trying to steal it away from them. But they're doing a good job of controlling the lobby. Nobody can look to take it. These guys have the control. But for how much longer can they continue to condition the lobby to stay down? Yandy on our screens now, he's got to be careful. Low HP, trying to stay in the zone, but he's got a tree in his face and a teammate goes down as well, and he will shortly follow. He goes down to Anderlecht, but still, Benji, Savage, up above. Can they close this out?
You're actually Stormy right down below. We'll just have height just dropping pressure like we see every game and no one challenging them at all. So the question is, who can survive on low? It's Vino who gets a few bops. Joe gets traded out by Toos on that side. Once again, no one is looking up above. Rifle Mariah focus on the boxes right below them. Kiriachi focus on the ramp right in front, and he's gonna get absolutely pushed back inside many different boxes. Shot from all sides, but somehow he's alive. Kiriachi finally down, and now we tune in and see which duels are still alive. Hydro and Belusi down on low. Shmeki has a solo right beside him. Savage and Benji all the way up on height. Battling on a lot of boxes, but it's tough builds. They can't really have any type of jackhammer situation to get through that brick. Savage, though, is watching, patiently waiting to see who is actually coming up for height. Rifle and Mariah might have shown their hands a little bit too fast. Clown gets harpooned. This man is looking like a fish, a flopper, but he's still finding some air to be able to move and breathe inside the backside of this zone. His mats are down now, so it's time to just go for that freestyle swim straight into the box. Belusi's gonna stop him on the right side. He takes a little bit more zone damage. This is tough with 7 teams alive. You really want to make sure you survive and get that placement. Rawls is looking for the pressure, the damage, and he finds it. Both these teammates going hand in hand. They're first place right now for this lobby, really taking everything by storm.
Yeah, you saw that Benji and Savage now gonna have to start making their way down. They still got enough builds to hold out, and nobody really looking to contest them. Clown, though, sitting nice on low ground. He went from looking like a free big pot to gaining one himself. He has enough HP along with his teammate Grohl to survive here on the low, but they just need to find and siphon out anybody else who might steal that control away from them. There's a solo on the backside, and they just got to be aware. They got to look out for it, otherwise things can get real bad real quick.
Yeah, they're down there in the dark. It's very hard to be aware. That's William and Marine up top fighting each other. You just see Marine end up getting victorious on that one, but he might just get traded to Toos right here, and Putrix right beside him too. So one of these duos who are so good at playing with each other, especially at these box-to-box situations. They set up a trap for Mariah, and he springs it. That's what you love to see. Flopper's giving to Putrix as well. That's going to be huge. 4 swings as well. So what will his destiny be? Will he go for that clutch shot towards the top, or will he try to survive inside the box? It's not going to matter, because if he gets sprayed down, he can't make a choice, but he chooses to live. Putrix somehow alive. Savage rolling by, taking both out. Benji and Savage take matters into their own hands. They're tired of just waiting on the high ground. They're here. They have a voice, but it's going to be up against the first place team. This is 6th versus 5th, and somehow Benji gets an armored wall. Look at the protection up top. These are the real kings of EU, and they are here to say it's our time again. 97 points, another armored floor. It's impossible to spray. Benji and Savage just have everything right now, including the refresh. How stylish is this one going to be, boys? Let's see it happen. Benji and Savage dropping down left, right. It's looking like it's their night. This is good. Shoot the toes. It doesn't matter. That's a win. A victory royale for game 4, and a shout into the skies that we are here.
For the fanboys around the world, including myself, Benji and Savage do it. We knew they'd do it at some point, but game 4 is the time. And what a way to do it as well. You saw as well, Shai, the protection. There was no hope for anybody, right, to stop them. You saw teams peaking up at height, but they were never in for contention to take it. These guys held it down strong, and they get the victory out as the reward. What a game 4 from Savage and Benji. Finally pushing themselves higher up in the standings there.
And higher up in the sky, no one wanted to attack them at all. They were so good at denying so many different retakes and saving, what, 7 armored walls for the final 2-2? Haven't seen that really on any region, but I've seen so far. But I want to see exactly what the desk wants to say about that one, because that's a very unique endgame.
Yes. Yes, my boys, Benji, Savage, yes, I will be your biggest fan until the day I'm eliminated. Let's go, boys. Victory out in game number 4, and with 9 eliminations. Listen, what else can we say here, Boop and Reese? I mean, these guys broke it down, hanging on to the armored walls there. I mean, Boop, I feel like that takes so much confidence.
Yeah.
Right? The armored walls are can be so pivotal in these moments where you're like, I feel like my duo is getting pressured and I can't react, I'm just going to put a wall in your face and there's nothing you can do. And for these guys to walk in endgame and have so many, that means they never felt that pressure.
Yeah, I mean, this was really into the zone yet again, right? Very close by zone near tilted, but it is always a good time when we see Benji and Savage succeeding in a finals. You know, these guys, always the fan favorites, and they did so well this game. And I think it was kind of unlocked by sort of what happened early on in this game. They are contested by DKS and Bad Cypher, right? And in the first game, DKS and Bad Cypher, they didn't fight them. Now, in the last 2 to 3 games, they've been fighting them every single time, and this just unlocks the potential for you to do more, right? You're able to farm more, you're able to set up better positioning because you don't have to worry about surge. So, you know, this was definitely opened up by DKS and Bad Sniper to help them up in this game.
Absolutely, and it's like an uncharacteristic win. And I don't mean that because they won the game, just because they did it from height. Like, these guys are nearly always you'd classify them as like a low ground or mid ground team. But because they got set up so well in the 5th zone, they got cap mats, they're on height already because of their good positioning earlier on. It's like it's clean sailing from then on. They're still able to frag out, they're still able to do everything they are. And that final situation, firstly, more armored walls and builds is always hilarious. But on top of that, you've got to think it's like the veterans, the long-standing players, Benji and Savage going up against Grolls and Clown, who obviously popped off massively there too. And it's like exactly shows why experience is important, because they didn't crack under pressure, whereas you saw kind of Grolls and Crown shaking down below. They're going through water, they go down to zone damage at the same time, and it's just very symbiotic. But it does seem like Grolls and Crown obviously doing very well as well.
Dude, I can't even imagine, right? In that moment, you're like, look, they're up top. What can we do? And then an armored wall goes down. And you're just like, oh, man, there's nothing we can do. Yeah, I know. So crazy. Let's take a look at the standings and see how things are going. First place, second place, going head-to-head in that last game right there. Wow. But take a look, even after that, even after the victory royale, Grolls and Clown are still up in the lead. But again, the margins are still pretty fine, right? You've got Diox not that far behind, Benji, Fishy, Savage jumping up now thanks to the victory royale. But look right below, Pink and Anas tied up for points. The difference is they've made up via eliminations. I mean, boys, and then Tayson, Thomas HD, Boop, there's still so much going on.
Yeah,
right?
There's so much potential. The top 5 is just split by 12 points in total. And I like that Reese mentioned some of the inexperienced teams. You know, Diox and Waffler, we don't see them too often. Diox in trios had a very good running with a Spanish trio, but, you know, with the type of zones that we had today, it's been hard for them to be consistent, but they've done super, super well. Let's go to the second page here.
Well, indeed. Actually, one of the things I want to say is Diox is like the most consistent controller EU player so far. Last season, 10th when it came to Season 8, and then 7th when it came to Grand Royale. Now popping off here as well. We're looking over the second page, like we said, Vortex and Janus starting to drop down a little bit now. You know, the game's not going as so well for them. And this could look like a first page. Like, read the names that you have on here. Vortex, Janus, Andlex, X-Squeeze, Cammy, Teak. We've got Pablo and Swag, who popped off during the qualifiers. Vadil, Reason, Hen, Queasy, like a lot. And obviously Mustache, Malbukatu, a lot of the teams that we would have predicted to be in the top 10 currently on day number 1 are kind of starting to drop down towards 11th to 20th. But like we just saw from that victory all from Benji and Savage, that's a 59-point game for them. So that's actually almost, well, that's more than 50% of the points they've had. So for any of the teams that you're seeing there down in the 11th to 20th, it's like they're absolutely still in the running. But the longer these tournaments go on into tomorrow, it's going to be a little bit worse, less chance of them catching up.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about the format, right? And you shouldn't give up. You know, we saw some tweets coming out of Chapix, you know, it's over. You know, he meant over from that South Sleepy, now all the way towards Logjam, contesting Kyoichi and Stormy, right? But you still have so many games left. This is only game number 5 that we're about to go into. There's so much potential. You can still win an FNCS, even if you do get eliminated early on here, as we see. You know, you should never give up. Everyone has a chance, and, you know, that's the beauty of it.
Yeah, this was their off spawn. They switched to Logjam at this point, obviously, and didn't work out for them. We have seen now Kiriachi and Stormy Right move up to 5th because of that. They've capitalized on a bunch of the elims off spawn, tons of Storm Surge, tons of points.
Yeah, and remember, it's okay for the players to get a little frustrated, right? We have that bird's eye view. We can see everything that's happening, but for them, they can only see so much at a time, right? But that's it for now. We got more games, more action. ShyWager, Levin, over to you.
Boys, I'll be real. I had my list of favorites. I might as well chuck it away, man. I'm seeing teams, you know, who have no experience in FNCS, right? Clown, never played in an FNCS final, sitting up in first going into game 5. That's huge, right? For his confidence as well. But look, I'll be real. Some of the teams we expected to do really well, sitting on the latter pages of the leaderboard. That's not what I was expecting, Shy. I'll be real.
I think the stage has kind of changed to duos, right? And all these big egos are fighting each other in the same spots. You have Deox, you have Clown who are rolling in, playing their own game, their own version of Fortnite, away from the rest. And that's why maybe they're at the lead, and now everyone else has to catch up.
Yeah, big up Deox as well, right? Pin for all the boys. Look, I'll be real, in terms of controller plays, you never expect to see them this high up unless you're on another region, 9 East or another one, you know. We don't talk about them regions, but you never really see it. Nevertheless, we'll see if he can hold on to his high position going into game 5. Let's go.
All right, game 5, 2 more chances today to solidify your spots on the board, and then day 2 is when you start to push towards higher heights, towards that win, towards the prize money. This will all matter, though. It might not seem like that to some teams. You have to make sure your mental's locked in, and right now Savage and Benji, they're switching up their strats and Tilted as well. Yeah, that last game went great, but everyone around them on their toes at all times.
Will this be Benji's first chance to win FNCS? Can he finally get the victory royale across the 2 days? Will it be, Shayo? I want to hear from you.
You see, every time we start to ask that question, that's when I have to say no. Like, I wish no one asked it, because every time we do, it's none of it. I mean, across podcasts, across interviews, everything. As soon as the Benji hype starts to come in, I feel like, I don't know what the universe does. They make it hard for us to really want the people that we want to win get that dub. But Vino and Joe, I feel like this might have been the FNCS for them, right? In terms of style, the way they got to this position, the way I feel like they were innovating, how you really protect and play endgame. It's looked good so far. I just don't think they've been there in terms of today in any of those endgames.
Yeah, it's weird because I think they obviously dipped and decided to come sleepy after landing Covert the whole season. And I think many people thought it would be a bad decision. Like, you know, of course, Chapix and Seti haven't been amazing at sleepy, but you would have still expected them to dominate. And it just hasn't quite worked out that way for Chapix and Seti, and Vino and Joe have done really well landing here, but it just hasn't really materialized into the pop-off games we want from them. They're still sitting nice on the leaderboards, but you know, they got to be careful, right? Of course, Joe's gone down, and so Vino will be left alone. But yeah, I still want to see a big pop-off from them. 6th ain't too bad, but I'm sure under the circumstances, they themselves will feel like they should be doing a lot better as well.
Yeah, and that's literally all I wanted to touch on, is the fact that they're still 6th with like the troubles we see them having. So when it comes to like that 12-game format, maybe that's why they're not on pop-off mode right now. They just want to put themselves in a very good spot in day number 1. Stay consistent, maybe even make the same mistakes, and on day 2, start to go for those all-ins. It's very, very, I think, more comfortable on your brain overall to push forward and take more risks on day 2 than to try to catch up to the rest of the lobby. You've seen historically, any team that's very far behind on day 2, as soon as they start to, have a little bit of issues, that's where things go bad. And Chapix and Seti right now go down to Vino with the bait. That's what you love to see if you're a fan of this side.
Chapix, he kept building higher and higher, right? He wanted to get the angle so that he could see Vino rebooting. But, at a certain point, when you build that high, if you get shot down, there's nowhere to go. And so, like you said, Vino realizing that Chapix was about to get the angle, and he just shot him out, and Chapix will fall and has no support. I actually do think Hen from behind as well came in with a couple shots of support as well, so it wasn't just Vino dealing with that. He had the help of Hen and Queasy inadvertently in the back, but Chapix and Seti, man, it's really rough to see them like this. They're such good players, but it just hasn't been working out today.
They're like a pinball that wants to go in the gutter of the machine. But you have Vino and Joe on one side as a bumper, and then Kriachi and Stormray on the other. No matter where they're going, they're just getting flipped over and over again. There's nothing for these guys to do.
Yeah, and again, right, obviously they went Logjam last game, they came back to Sleepy this game. Will they go back to Logjam next game? Will they just keep on coming to Sleepy and getting eliminated off spawn? Like, I don't even know.
Pinball duo, man, is tough. They're just getting upkept. No one is letting them in towards that top 10 circle at all. Vortexia Castry also switching things up entirely, it feels like. Correct me if I'm wrong, but diving into Covert Cavern game 5, they're looking for the pain.
And look, we said that it was going to start to happen. Will these guys be the ones to punish Tayson and Thomas and stop what's been a dominating run here at Covert, where they've just been able to land, get everything, loot up, have all the pads in the land, all the rotation, all the movement, all the loot?
I think they're exactly where they want to be just today overall, right? Maybe the situation looks a little bit more dire, but I think Tayson's heard the footsteps up above, and now they'll go into full defense mode. They just want a respectable day one. I feel like this duo is a day two duo entirely. They just want to be on the map inside the top 10. You know, luckily now they're closer to even top 5. Just have a good overall 6 games, and then day 2, that's where really the big things get started. That's where they really have to start playing defense.
Yeah, and they're looking good even here, right? You know, in terms of what they've been able to do in this game. Of course, plenty of ammo to boot. And so if a fight does break out, I would expect these guys to be on top.
There's one thing I'm noticing overall as well for like this 2-day format, right? You asked me right when we, you know, caught from the desk, you know, Clown, Deox, how are these guys here? What are all these big teams doing? It might be like all the big teams and a majority of EU is just playing their game plan right now on day 1. And as a result, Clown, Deox, Wildfire, they just get to play their games. I think on day 2, when people start to get desperate, pushing more boxes for Surge, you know, doing crazy things inside the end game, starting to take up some of the blank spots that these guys are living in now. I think day 2 is going to be so different for Clown, for Deox, for some of these new names coming in. They might not be experienced FNCS overall. I think they barely have any experience to a 2-day format in the finals.
Yeah, and speaking of a team that will be wanting to make some changes, you know, Riley and Aqua sitting in 21st. They've been landing at the Bugle, going up against Stompy and Ju. We've not really seen too many fights break out there, which is a change, right?
Yeah.
If you didn't watch some of the qualifiers in the semis, Riley and Aqua constantly fighting at the Bugle against so many different teams, but this time not having to. Benji and Savage, they've left Tilted, they've gone a bit north, and they've ran into Shmeki.
I think for Noah Aqua, day 2 team, you know, 70 points is what I'm looking for, day 1 maybe, and they'll start to pop off once they really figure out the patterns for their POI and how these end games are looking, right? It's Mr. Hyde himself. I think he's just trying to feel out these games, get that Aqua VOD view in to see exactly, you know, where the gaps are in the gameplay, and day 2 will look really good.
Yeah, I think the big thing with that team is just the nature of how they play means that, again, they're one of those teams where you'd probably say they're good for 1 win at some point, right? Like, they're good to win a game. It's the reason why, even though I wasn't so high on them going into the semis, just because of that format, I knew, look, give these guys enough games, they're just going to win one, right? Regardless of whether you think they're the worst trio in the world, or worst duo, sorry, or best duo, they're going to eventually win a game.
For Sash Malabuka, one of those duos that, you know, you're not going to be locked into, yo, these guys are good for 1 game. They're one of those ones that are consistent overall and staying inside that top 5, that top 10.
I think the big thing with them, right, especially, you know, you look back at their history in previous seasons and previous modes, there was always the problem of, oh, look, they're contested, but they're still doing quite decently. Imagine if these guys weren't contested, right, how good they would do. And of course, it's a, you know, a new map, new mode, but this is our chance to see what they can do out of a decent spot uncontested. And they impressed for the most part earlier on in the season, but still in the finals, something left to be seen.
I mean, they still are slightly contested today. The first fights that we watched, you know, for the first 2 games at least, were Sash Malabuka, you know, getting sandwiched left and right by Gabex. But overall, they did kind of circumvent that completely. I feel like they're used to just fully being contested now season after season. At least they don't have to deal with Benji Savage overall, right? Or Savage in particular, coming down and just making sure that it's just fully tough for him season after season.
Yeah, I'm sure they won't want to go back to those days. It's good to see those guys more friendly with each other now as well on social media, etc. You know, the off-spawn beef, it is just off-spawn beef, you know. Keep it in game, keep it in the lobby.
Hey, you ever thought you'd miss the Steamy Stacks off-spawn beef, or we'd ever be moving past it, you know? I never thought. Who could imagine?
Honestly, I low-key miss it, bro. Like, you know, it was fun. You know, it's the good old days. You never know it's the good old days until they're gone, you know?
Yeah. Oh, it's facts. I'm just so curious about Deox and Wallflower right now. It just literally, I see them and I want to smile every time. They just look like they're happy. They're doing crazy things. Shooting at cars left and right. Making sure it's hot for anyone who's in, you know, any of these wheels moving around right now.
It's a certain point that you want to actually do some damage to the person driving that vehicle. Not able to, but look, sitting in second, they've done a great job. 3rd place team, Stormy Right and Kiriachi over towards Logjam. They're looking all right. Some decent shields. The materials are all right. They've committed a bit to get to the position they're in now, but that's fine. It's all about continuing the pace they've been on. Another team where they probably would have felt at the start of the day, hey, why aren't people talking about us in contention for doing well and for winning? You know, we have experience in FNCS. Kiriachi will be saying, people, look, I've won in FNCS. You guys should put some respect to my name. And sitting in third, you know, in game 5 is all good, but they're gonna have to hold on and push even further in the next couple.
I'm always like confused as to how they end up winning games completely too, right? It seems like they have such a, I don't even know, mysterious type of game style. Kiriachi Storm Right. They just end up doing the right things, but they're never foreshadowing they're gonna do them. It seems like they're in a bad spot. I blink, suddenly it's like the best spot in the game. One duo I always will have trouble in terms of understanding completely, but they're so much fun to watch play together. Just also, I think the biggest thing about them, do on the top of your shirt now, Stormy Right, Kiriachi, is the fact they do everything together, whether that's even making the mistake and going down. You saw last game down on Surge, they were immediately milliseconds away from each other at bullying a wall, trying to get in immediately. Always just all inning together and making sure every angle is taken from 2 POVs at the same time.
I feel like one of the big things that what makes them so successful, Shayo, is just the fact that they're one of those teams where they're just hungrier than everyone else, right? They want it more, right? In these endgame scenarios where there's chaos all around, there's solos, you know, sort of trying to dance their way around the lobby, see if they can hide out. These guys just sniff them out and deal with them appropriately. And they do that so well on a consistent basis. In the bottom left, they're doing Reason. Don't necessarily do it on a consistent basis, but when they do it well. I can promise you that, right? They have started to fall on the standards a bit, but they are literally always one game away from being in the top 5. Just always one game away.
Do you want to know the Vidil Reason seesaw? This is what it is. The higher they are in standings, right? On one side, they're higher in standings, the lower they are in Surge. Like literally Surge problems 24/7. As they drop on the standings, their Surge becomes a lot better. They're chilling, 300 above. So I feel like they have these little pockets where they're always at the back. They only really operate well on the comeback aspect of the tournament over and over again. Now, does that mean the later games end up playing well? I think absolutely, as long as they're all connected to the game. You know, some seasons that might not happen. But in this one right now, in this game, 300 above Surge are looking good overall. We'll do it with some other teams to see how they're doing. Stompy, Ju, right now also moving in. 118 below, they really have to just collapse on this wall, but it's inside the storm still. They're really looking to push and force this fight. Meanwhile, Thomas HD and Tayson, they get interrupted, low on Surge as well. Have to find a little bit of reprieve inside the logjam, but who knows what's going on the other sides of the walls inside the factory. And people are also looking to cook up and build a little bit of Surge for themselves. Tayson will start to move in. They have so much splashes to work with as well, and Caspery are right above them again.
How many teams are in logjam here, Shayo? Look how many teams are just in this general vicinity. This is insane.
It's like I'm watching one of those survival games where you have to stay out of the cold and go inside. Everyone's forced into all these boxes. It's a complete creative island, it looks like right now. And Thomas is trapped inside on the left side. He has to go back towards Tayson. It's looking good for now, but Surge is striking left and right. I hear SMGs and shotguns in every single box. It is Thomas HD that finds a miraculous shot, but he takes damage himself. Benji is also here, and he's below. The entire top side of the leaderboard is inside Logjam and Lumberyard, and it looks like a bunch of them are ready to get chopped.
Yeah, Tayson, he's lost Thomas, and so he has to do this all alone now, but it is so difficult. Savage is almost very close to losing Benji as well, and if he's not careful, he'll get taken out himself. Needs to find separation, but can't get knocked. And Benji will actually be able to pick him up and get him out of dodge. But will the opposition allow him? Oh, no, yeah.
I think it's Benji as well. That is just tough. First place team that previous game now going down. Tayson is going to be the one to wear that crown for this game. But once again, a solo.
But he is a solo with 4 launch pads, right?
True.
4 launch pads, max materials, all the ammo that he could possibly ever want.
What's the conversion rate for that from solo to duos? 4 launches on a solo? Is that 1 duo's worth of an individual?
That's like, that could be like 3 duos worth of an individual, right? And even when you're looking at it from that perspective as well, in terms of the conversion rate of how successful are you with that kind of loot, for the average team, you know, maybe you can have a decent game, but this isn't the average team. This isn't the average player. This is Tayson we're talking about here. So we'll see.
You know what that was? I understand what they were building at Logjam Lumberyard. They tossed in a bunch of people and made like the ultimate player that came out. Full builds, full shields, max loot, and 4 pads. It is a solo though, right? But that's our champion just leaving the hyperbolic time chamber.
And then Tayson took them out.
True.
And now Tayson's going
Now he has the power, and Lyzen took him out as well. So never mind. 4 pads and you go down to someone. I don't know how that is, because I assume he has to be up on Surge. He just fought like 6 teams.
Yeah, that's going to be really nice for Lyzen.
Okay, so we'll have a perspective to see exactly how this happens in just a second. I'm very curious about this one. Link moving in from the zone. This is just I guess, you know, preliminary coming into Lumberyard. Some people were not tall enough to ride the ride. They weren't strong enough to enter the arena. But Tayson, he was there building up, but he wasn't sure about what's going on around him. Unfortunately, right next to a team, a lot of people love to build up there to be safe, right? But if that team knows what's going down, Levin, it's an easy pick.
Yeah, he got caught in the cyclone. And they took him for a spin. And he just couldn't. He could not hack it whatsoever. So he went down. And that's better than finding a llama if you're Lyzen, right? In terms of the amount of loot, the launch pads, the ammo. That is best case scenario for you.
That's a conversation that Lyzen's probably having with Mirza right now, right? They're in 48th place. They're probably sitting in their box. Man, we need like what? What if we had like 4 launch pads this game? And, you know, a Siphon right now. Maybe we could come back on the boards. Q in, Tayson just drops by. Funky music playing the whole time. They take him out. See 4 pads. If there's a comeback potential for anyone right now, it has to be Lyzen and Mirza. They have 4 launch pads overall. Pay attention to who's based up around them too, because they'll have free rotates the entire game. An awesome ping too, 108 points on the opposite side of the spectrum in terms of being towards the top. 4th place overall. We'll see what they can.
And in this game already, 4 of the top 7 teams have gone down, right? And so this is a chance for Pink and Anas to really try and solidify some sort of a lead, rise themselves in the standings. And it's the same situation for Waffle. The only difference is that he's sitting in a way less pretty position than him. He's just nothing but a solo in a duo's world. And his pathway to getting any sort of significant points in this one looks mighty tough. He drops down now. And it's great because he drops down out of trouble, but he's just now in an even worse situation. And you see his HP gets absolutely drilled down. And he knows who it is that's dealing damage to him, but he can't really retaliate. He will eventually go down. And so another one of the top 7 teams taken out. Pink, though, isn't too far from being taken out himself.
Swag Pablo at 13th. They're also looking kind of tough. So everyone in the top 10 and below are having problems. Imagine how down bad you have to be as Swag and Pablo to pickaxe an armored wall to find an angle. They will be here for days, finally get it done, and they run into another one. So that's going to be completely tough. Anas, I don't think he understands exactly on the left side of your screen who he's actually trying to bully for the moment. There's a treasure chest down there of 4 launch pads. And this is a high ground duo that's operating right now, Anas and Pink. If they find that chest, if they find that player, the elimination, it'll be huge. But it's towards the backside of the zone. I'm not sure they'll be able to even pick it up. 117 damage below, Anas and Pink are going to be in trouble.
Yeah, this is really rough. They don't have that same fortune in terms of loot. And in terms of Surge, they really are struggling at this point. Pablo, though, went from sitting in a nice position with his teammate by his side to being with his back against the wall, against the whole lobby, and eventually back to the lobby. And so Anas now, with Pink, realizes that the launch pad's there. They'll try to get some shots off to help them with Surge before they take it themselves. But when they land, they really need to deal some damage because they're really low. And you can see Anas, the desperation dropping down. He just wants to get into a box and do anything he can. And he actually does well to do a bit of damage there, but it just wasn't enough. There wasn't anything he could really do in that situation as a solo. And again, right, the train continues. Speaking of solo, Stormy right now, operating without Kiriachi in this one. 2nd place team. All of our top teams in this game, Shav, they've just been all scuffed.
Hey, welcome to the EU Cast 11. Every game 5, I feel like, of every FNCS, it's the comeback game. It's the game, you know, it might be even game 4, where all the top 10 teams just get taken out and then everyone else can rise. Lizen too, I think it was foreshadowed with him and his team at 48 getting all the pads. The fact that we saw Badil in a situation to come back and try to clap. Cammy and Teak will be there at 9th, and Bino Joe 7th. De facto other teams that are finally full duos, ready to maybe move up in those rankings. It'll make everything that much closer, give us that waterfall effect of just 1 point separating every team on the leaderboard.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about, right? The potential now for the comeback for some of these lower teams. Even a team like Joe and Vino. We talked about how they just haven't had that pop-off game we've been expecting them to have. They're still doing well in the standing. 7th place ain't too shabby. But can this be the game where they capitalize with all of their top competition being nowhere in sight? Can this be the one? They've got the peppers to make this rotation just that bit easier, and maybe they'll be able to sneak away a pad from somewhere as well.
The comeback game, and we dive into Vino's brain. Joe following him as they end up just going through the labyrinth of builds down below. It's all hard mats though, because it's that half and half zone, and as they have to worry about position, getting towards the other side of the map entirely, they also have to deal half an HP bar of damage on any individual around them. So maybe that's what they're kind of sneaking around and sniffing out.
This is fine though, right? Using these old builds means that they can save their materials, right? They have enough builds, but not of massive wealth, and so going through these old builds allows them to save and make a play for later, but they will run into another team, so they gotta be careful, and this is the time to get out. These ain't yours, Vino. You need to move out, and he will. This is where Joe and Vino can really start to make a move in this lobby. It's going up the hill, and they need to really be proactive about that in case it pulls in the wrong direction.
The theme of the last 3 games, though, might just be tilted tower teams entirely. Bad Sniper and DKS fly on the high ground and take it away from Mappy and PKR. Crush Siege right below them, and Hen and Queasy also still alive, so a bunch of the names you've seen suppressed in this lobby who've had it tough for the top 10, just bullying them game after game, get to play this one out. Lizen uses what, his 3rd, 5th, 7th, 19th launch pad to keep moving. Vino now down to low HP as Teak and Cammy are also struggling inside the box. Nice swing from Teak to get a little bit ahead of the zone, and he crashes into no builds all the way down to low ground. His home. He's here finally in that living room to make those tarps. Cammy will join him momentarily, and they'll play their game. Nice beams on the right side. They are in their natural habitat.
This is their home, but there are some intruders, and so they got to deal with them swiftly. You can see Cammy looking to take the lead, making sure they stay ahead and still retain control of that home, like you said. But up above, DKS and Bad Sniper, this is the time for them to really rein in on the lobby. You can still see as well, Cammy looking to try and make sure nobody can impede on his ground. Players on the low ground as well, that's going to be an opportunity to find some eliminations, but they just have to keep on moving into that zone.
On the high ground, Bad Sniper situations where they're both alive and everyone else is making a lot of noise. They're barely getting focused inside their box on the right side, but the entire zone is throwing people off this mountain completely. Everyone has to just tumble down, avalanche all the way towards the low ground. As a result, Bad Sniper DKS have infinite shots to take on as many duels as they want. Now everyone is repositioned. Mappy took so much fall damage. 2nd height down to maximum low. Clement and Floki still alive down there, but they're just tossed into a complete machine with Ref's Guard and Scram on the side as well. Bad Sniper DKS, the only people who don't have it rough right now. They're making it completely difficult for everyone else.
Yeah, they have nobody even trying to step into their realm. They have complete control. You can see Milad on 2nd height with such low HP, he won't even want anything to do with it. Clement is a solo down below. Janice and Vortex remain one of the only strong duos in this one that has a say. And so what they will do is drop down. But on that journey down, DKS will take out Vortex, and so instantly the high ground team realizing, look, these are the only ones that can stop us. Let's deal with them personally. But the zone bounce will help them. Vortex will be able to be picked up, and Queasy now as a solo has a chance to stop it. When he gets the shots off, he will, and so that stops it. That means that they aren't a duo anymore. No, Vortex was able to be picked up, and so Queasy now below. Can he deal with them? No, he can't. He's just a solo. And Alex as well. He knows what it feels like. Just the 9 builds as well. Can he do anything? He spots the loot. Will he go for it? No, he could have dealt with them builds. Them builds could have been helpful, but instead he'll just find it himself by trying to hit some shots. It's not going to be enough. Can he drop down on low? He will be taken out as as well. And so Bad Sniper and DKS against Refscard and Scram, one of the few teams who was able to stay alive in all that chaos. And now the swing will come out, the gauntlets will reclaim height, and Refscard will look to win this game, steal it away from Bad Sniper and DKS. A huge shot comes out now as well, but he's on such low HP and he doesn't have Scram by his side anymore. Bad Sniper, can he clutch up? Can he stay in this game? They can't choke this now. DKS will connect with the shot, and finally the chains have been broken. Bad Sniper, he's been here so many times in the finals, but he's never quite been able to get the results, but will finally win a game in game 5. Shia, what a win for these boys.
They change it from the FNCS finals to Wackago. Every single top player flying up in the skies, and they beam them down again and again. Hen down first. After the fact, Queasy not able to survive. Andalex barely even able to take a breath, a beam at anyone, and DKS has that angle. That is seasons of frustrations behind that shot, and it's beautiful from DKS and Bad Sniper.
DKS and Bad Sniper couldn't win a game in the FNCS finals in all of 2021. 2022 begins and they finally pick one up in the perfect time as well. Desk, break it all down for us. These guys that are tilted finally picking up a win.
Thank you guys so much. And this is why we talk about them at top of show, right? Once again, I cannot echo the sentiment enough. Literally every duo that is here is finals worthy, right? They are all so good at what they do. And as Levin kind of said, they're unshackled, they're free, they finally get a win. Now, I will say, Boo, victory rounds don't always matter, but it does so much for your confidence as a duo. It just reinforces all the hard work, all the dedication you put into Fortnite to be able to walk away, especially in a lobby like this, with names like this, to be able to say, yo, we got ourselves a win. What up?
Yeah, I mean, they said, hey, Benji Savage, you did it last game. Let's do it this game as well. You know, they even tied them. 9 elimination victory royale there for DKS and Bad Sniper. Benji Savage, 9 elimination victory royale as well. So, you know, the Soin going toe-to-toe with the big boys. And it's always good to see Bad Sniper, you know, finally doing well in a final situation. We love that.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, tilted back to back here. And honestly, when it came down to the final 2v2, this was a battle of two teams who don't normally win games. You know, Levin said it, the Bad Sniper and DKS haven't managed to pick up a victory royale in all of the 2020. Was that 2021? Sorry, I'm getting lost.
Yeah.
Too many great facts he's spitting out here. But the same thing with Refguard and Scram, that it was a 2v2 against them at the end game. They've only won one single game ever in a set lobby environment when they've been playing together. So it was like the battle of the game of who's actually going to manage to pick up that first one.
I mean, where else to do it but in finals, right?
Oh yeah,
that's right, boys. You love to see it. That was game number 5. My goodness. We'll take a look at the standings here in just a moment, but I'm not disappointed. The action has gone back and forth. Now take a look, though. Andalex and X Squeeze finding themselves a spot. Now, they did go down with 6 elims in this last game, so they're still operating super well. Gambit and Toos and Patrick, excuse me, who were in that first place spot, now get dropped down to second. But once again, I just cannot believe, I feel like I've never seen this before, Boop, how tight this leaderboard is right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we mentioned prior. You have so many games left, and you can't give up, right? And this is typical of it. The game of shakeups, that's what we will call this in history. You know, it's hard to be consistent with the ways that zone works in this game. You're going to have RNG. You're going to have zones pulling bottom left, top right, bottom left, bottom right, whatever, everywhere. And this time the zone pulled all the way towards the north side near Sleepy Sound. And that means that the people that did well before, you know, are now set up to do a little bit worse. And the people that did bad prior to that are now set up to do a little bit better.
Yeah, as you see the second page, like Tayson, Thomas HD, Pink, and Anas, these guys were in the top 5 before this, right? Tayson, Thomas HD were 6th, Pink and Anas were 4th, and now they're all the way down to 12th because of this. Before the 4th zone even started going, we had Grols and Clown, who were 1st, Diox, who was in 2nd, Benji Savage, who was in 3rd, Tayson Thomas, who was 6th, and Lincoln Default 7th, all out. Before the 5th zone, we also saw Anas and Pink and Kiriachi go down there too. So basically everyone in our top 7 went out before zones even started to move, and that's why so many of them are now turning up on the second page. The huge shift that we've seen up in that first page has just been absolutely nuts. This right here is the Anas and Pink, you know, something that we've not seen from them so far, struggling with Surge.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's about the zone, right? All of these guys, they have to do something different now. You know, we've had 2 bottom left zones so far, and, you know, you sort of get comfortable in it, but now all of a sudden you're going to go somewhere else, everything gets jumbled, it's a little bit scary for you.
Oh man, we have one game left to go to cement what the landscape will look like going into tomorrow's games. Friends, with one game left, what do we need to change up, right? What do we need to ensure that in this next game, we can just set ourselves up to come in strong tomorrow?
I think you just got to finish strong. You can't go into this last game and say, you know what, I'm just going to grief. I'm going to land on another team. You know, try the same thing. I think it's fine if you do fail right now. You'll be able to VOD review it tomorrow, change things up, and come back stronger.
Yeah, I think every single point matters. Remember, 12 games, if you get 5, it's better than getting 0 at the end of the day. And there's a lot of teams out there through the qualifiers, like I'm thinking Janus Vortex, that in Qualifier 2 in particular, had a pretty bad day. They didn't perform really well at all, but in that last game, they had this mentality of like, you know what? It doesn't matter. We can just do whatever we can here. And they picked up a 10 elimination victory royale. So I think there's going to be teams in the lobby right now who are further down the leaderboard. I'm looking at you, Hen and Queasy. You know, my prediction, even though they're still the 10th to 20, they're still doing okay. But still, that are like, right, let's get the mentality in check for that final game. Let's do well. Let's pick up a big victory. Let's get a bunch of eliminations and let's fly up the leaderboard.
You have to, right? This is kind of that time, especially. I do like your point, though, Boov, right? Taking today to kind of VOD review and then say, what do we change for tomorrow, right? Even if this is not your greatest game, like, it's still okay. You have another 6 tomorrow to come back and make those changes. We'll have to see what today looks like, what tomorrow looks like, and how they compare. But for right now, this is it. The last game here in EU. I cannot believe it's gone so fast in day number 1, but it's that time. We're jumping on that battle bus one last time. So, Shiowager 11-2K. Over to you.
One more game, and you can see the shadows of the podium kind of in the distance of tomorrow. It comes down to one elimination on day 2, and you can make that difference right now. If you're any of these teams, Levin, this is their chance to maybe change their destiny before it even starts.
Yeah, and what an opportunity, right? We're seeing all these teams seemingly coming from out of nowhere at times to really push their way up in the standings. And you're right, it's these small margins that you'll look back on. You'll maybe think to yourself, oh, maybe if I just tried to get that one elimination on low ground, maybe that would have been the difference, right? And you never want to finish the 2 days feeling that way, right? So you got to go all out, and this is your chance to do it. Close out day 1 strong and go into day 2 even stronger.
Yeah, and the position for any of these teams is anything but distance. So close for everyone, and that's why Levin's mentioning we see so many random teams buff up game after game. We were focusing on Pink and Anas. Maybe refs started scramming that last game. Both me and Levin faces confused, and we see Andalex and X-Squeeze, a dual 11 that struggled in every portion of the competition.
Yeah, you know, looking at these guys, I would have never thought they would be in a position, right? Even with the wealth of experience they have, I think that was always the one thing people would say. It's like, these guys have all the experience in the world, but this season they've just been off the pace. But when it mattered the most, they've stepped up. But can they do it one more time? Find out game 6.
The last game of the first day of the FNCS finals in one of the most prestigious regions of all. It's Europe. And we're diving right in to 2 big egos, 2 big storylines on the side of Savage and Benji, DKS and Bad Sniper. Imagine contesting each other almost every game, landing at the same spot and being at the exact same point total, 110 for both teams, tied for 6th place.
And it's interesting, we're seeing a role reversal here. Benji and Savage actually got out-dropped, right? And so they don't get main. They're going to be forced to go to south side of Tilted. And it's not bad, right? Southside Tilted in its own right is its POI and can reap very good benefits, but an interesting change in this final game. We're seeing actually now at Sleepy. Sleepy's been a very, very, very rough ride for Seti and Chapix. It's provided nothing but pain. And if you are on social media paying attention to Chapix and Seti, what they're saying on there is just very demoralizing stuff. They're clearly down in the dirt emotionally, but they need to rise. And this is their chance to do it, because tomorrow is a new day and a new opportunity to win Sleepy. One of the first times they've been able to say that, but the job's not finished.
Job's not done. Does it look like it's done, Levin? Nah, the job is not done. And for Joe and Vino as well, I just feel like it's been struggle game after game. It feels like their job hasn't even started fully when it comes to the FNCS. Already almost done with day number 1, but I haven't seen them find their identity in any of these games at all. We've seen high ground teams survive left and right. Pink, Nox, Anas. Wasn't sure it's possible, but they're really pushing the boundaries of Fortnite right now. We'll see exactly what happened there. Maybe just got him back up, and it's little error on that side. But at the same time, Covert Cavern looking good overall for this team. They have some control, a little knock at the river overall as well. And that's kind of what they need. We talk about those high ground teams, the teams with identity. Bacon and Nas at multiple times have pushed towards the skies, gone for control, you know what I mean, over and over again inside EU. And they've had a sense of it a little bit. They just have to stay consistent now.
Clown and Grolls. A surprising team, to say the least. They've never played in an FNCS final, but they've done so well to be third place up until game 5. And is this the reversal now? Vino, I believe, was picked up. Joe got him up, and as soon as he gets him up, Joe gets taken out, and so now Vino's the solo, fending for his duo's life. This is a very, very weird circumstance. You can see it. He's got some shields, but he doesn't want to use them. Just doesn't want to reveal his location. Of course, Seti and Chapik still in the general area. He doesn't know if they'll be able to hear the sound cue. He has his eyes set out as well. You're going to take that shot? Ooh.
As soon as he does, everyone will know exactly where he is, and he barely has any builds. So it's like, do I or don't I? But then Storm Surge is coming in as well. Thomas and Tayson, something has to change for them at this POI. If it doesn't, I feel that they can take the competition away on day 2 easily. And that was kind of like a backhanded compliment, I think. I was kind of rooting against them at the beginning of that sentence and then buffing them up at the end. I'm serious in saying that if no one can really contest Covert, I've seen random teams already come in. I've seen the worst circumstances possible at Covert Cavern, and Thomas HD and Tayson have won it off spawn. Their issue is not the spawn at all. That's what we all thought it would be, at least by game 4, 5, 6 by the end of the day, but it's been looking good overall over and over again. And once again, Tayson, he's there in the box and he finds that first ceiling.
Yeah, but they got a team doing their dirty work for them. Vortex and Castry coming in, and they take out Phoenix. I'm not sure if Ryzen's still up, but even when they got teams in the general area, they weren't even focusing attention on them. And the ooh from you, right? Because they got to be careful. These guys are literally just right around the corner. Tayson almost running into Ryzen there. And he will run into Ryzen. Doesn't get the wall in time, and so Ryzen will be able to get out. But for how much longer? The Stinger will do so much damage. Oh.
This man's missing shots. I never see him. It's harder ones in the end game, like 180 off like a gauntlet, jumping through 6 builds, headshot with a pixel, pre-fire. Tayson lands it. Oh, Ryzen running like with a bigger hitbox through a wall. I can't hit that one, man. Twice.
I think we've actually reached a point where Tayson's greatness has actually, become a disadvantage to him. We just have such high expectations, right? Where anytime he misses even the slightest shot, which we typically expect him to hit, the criticism comes out. Look, I think these guys, as much as the past couple games maybe haven't been on that same level as the earlier ones were, they still do have control of Covert, sorry. But like you said, will they be able to fend teams off from coming? Is this the kind of performance that will stop teams from even wanting to get involved? I don't quite think so. I'm with you on that one. I think we might start to see, and even there, you did see Pablo and Swag not necessarily diving into a fight. They're intelligent players. They know not to do anything that foolish, but, feeling that they can get, some more Covert for themselves and really get involved and have a say there.
Fight will be a little bit sticky overall, but still, job's not done for Tayson Thomas. They want a top 5 or top 8 right now. Same thing. That's the same theme for Exuiza and Alex at this side, the back half of the number 1 overall. I think for this team, Levin, they've been in this spot in game 5s. I've seen it before many times. They always get triumphed in game 6. Might foreshadow what happens the next day. They want to make sure today, if they have that crown before the day ends, they can keep wearing it when that sun sets, right? They want to make sure they're still in that first place slot. That's Seti rolling in the Chonkers. I was very close. I said Rocky Reels is where they can maybe roll in and have a little bit of an impact. They do it a little bit more on the south side. And then that with a little bit of a situation there. Ryzen going for trade a little bit on the other side. Cast 3. Oh, Phoenix is like, no, not the head, man. I just got a haircut. It looks good.
Maybe he was just trying to show off the haircut.
Oh, I remember back in the day, you could like hold the enemy player and then you had the sniper shotgun combination. Maximum damage. All this tech, man. So nostalgic.
what you call it, for it to be brought back. You don't see that
Absolutely
back.
not. I'm chilling, man.
Understand.
Surge inflation, man. Surge is basically a currency in Fortnite, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now you got to make sure we're tracking it properly. Okay, this is an awesome pink. Their early game at Covert. Big shots, nice. That's where all that loot ended up, beside the river. They've always been in this position outside of Covert, all the way at the top, making sure they peer in after all these fights when people are comfortable. They'd be interrupting their daily strolls. Looks like they do have the zone completely as well. Also making sure that that zip line does not break the builds they already have structured up. That would be very unfortunate.
Anas. Called him the robot earlier. And again, not because, you know, not as an insult, genuinely. He's just so robotic in that he just doesn't really make many mistakes. He's so reliable, cool, calm, and collected at all times. And that's really helped them out today, especially in their pursuit of playing on height. Benji and Savage, wouldn't say they're as cool, calm, and collected, but more than enough firepower to make up for that. And to be fair, as we all watch Benji and Savage, it's more fun when they're more erratic, you know, when they're running around everywhere, getting deep in it. But in this last game, they might look to try play a bit more of a reserved approach, really stretch this game out as best as possible before they head to bed and rethink some new strats. Swifty hit a real nice shot onto Joe there, wow. In the zone. Willie hit the last one as well. Wow, what a clutch there from Swifty. Impressive stuff. Literally was spinning 360 to pick up those two limbs. That's
And
nice.
my back and arms just hurt watching that, like stretching literally behind himself. It's crazy.
Honestly,
As will
man.
be.
Honestly, I can't even move like that. My mouse, I can't even move 360 like that and hit shots while doing it.
Really?
Crazy. Nah, man, I'm getting old, man, in the Fortnite scene. I'm a boomer.
I'm wondering if there's like a tech, you know, 2 hands on 1 mouse, so you can have like a little bit more control. Like you don't move, but like you become like the ultimate, you know, aimer. No?
I like where you're going.
Yeah.
I just don't know if that's viable for certain reasons.
Have you tried it?
I can't say I've tried it. No, you're right.
How can you
I
say that,
can't
bro? You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to toss a little bit of respect into creativity. You know, people didn't use the 90 back in the day. I was alive around those times. And then someone tried it, you know?
Prehistoric Fortnite.
Yeah.
Yeah, well.
Saying 2 hands on 1 mouse.
Back in my day, we didn't do any of this 90s stuff that you kids are doing now. That's what you sound like, mate.
Editing? What? Me? No. Jan is trying to pick up Vortex. Winning that first game, I feel like, can be a curse sometimes, you know? I think we see it every FNCS as well. I feel like Janus Vortex as well, they're kind of that counter team rolling in when it comes to... They like to play around a bunch of the teams that are already playing in there, but they don't ever have a chance to stay really truly alive for enough info in these end games. That being said, though, still 3rd overall, right? So the work they've done today, I'm just expecting, I think, a bit too much when I see these names. You're talking about Tayson missing shots. I'm like, wow, Tayson's fallen off. Janus in 3rd. Wow, Janus has washed, bro. How can you be 3rd place on day 1? That's crazy.
I think the big thing with these guys, when I look at their match history, is it's very reminiscent of what it looked like during the qualifiers as well. Right, where first game, really good game. 3 games where you just basically don't do anything, pretty middling games, maybe you get a couple points here and there. And then most recent game, 4th place, 3 eliminations, really nice game, right? These guys will have their good game, go to sleep for a couple games, and then come back with a big pop-off. And so maybe they've already had those 2, you know, big games for them in the day already. I'm sure they'll be hoping that they can have another one in and sneak it in here in the last one of the day, but this is the kind of thing you can expect them to do, right? They'll probably come tomorrow, win the first game again, do nothing for 5 games, come back in game 6 and do a masterclass, right? That's the kind of team these guys are.
Just saying, for like a majority of the time, Janus Vortex will show up, leave, say my job is done, but guys, you've done nothing, and they just, you know, flash a cape at the screen and walk away.
Yeah, look, I'm not saying they rely on zone luck, right? I think that'd be very disingenuous to how good they are as a duo and how good Janus is as an IGL. But you know, like Boop was saying on the desk, at times, some of these things can almost be out of your control, right? When you get these really difficult zones, you know, it just increases the difficulty of the game to a point where in such an intense lobby like the FNCS Finals, where it's the finest of margins, you just get punished way more than you would in maybe lesser stakes competition. As they try to get their way into a safer position in the zone. You can see Andalex in the bottom right taking shots at a team. The team he's taking shots at is Janus on this bridge. And so Janus has no easy path to getting in. Finally, Andalex helping out by taking shots at the other team that's holding Janus in. But ultimately, there's just way too many people with their eyes on Janus. And so it seems to be only a matter of time until he eventually goes down. Surge as well. The lobby isn't even on his side here. Everybody against Janus. Janus.
He's not going to be able to live today. On one side, you have Andalex turning a hole into a half, and you have, you know, Vortex going down, and then after that, just close range, Janus gets picked apart as well.
A lot of fighting just took place, but we're still 5 players going down away from Surge being deactivated. Make that 4.
There's too many top 10 teams. I feel like we have 20 teams in the top 10. What is this?
It does feel that way, man. The point differential is just so small between them that like we actually don't have a top 10. We have a top 20 that is the top 10, because at any given moment, one team gets a point, they go from 17th to 2nd. Like it's actually so insane how close it is. And we knew this would be a possibility, right? You know, people in the community talking about it. It was always a possibility that this FNCS was going to be super close. But it's been even more intense than even I could have imagined in that regard. So we'll see if that trend continues in this final game. I expect it to.
Wondering what Trulix's plan is here with those ramps. Maybe just for a little bit more added stability. Maybe they set a trap. I'm not sure, but invested a few materials as a solo. That can mean a lot. Meanwhile, Swag, once again, Crazy Spirit lives on as he's trying to out-heal the Storm Surge, as well as possibly the Storm, because he is by himself, down bad, way far away from where he needs to be.
Trulex and Chico, apparently the only duo with 2 eliminations in every game so far today.
Okay.
I don't expect that streak to continue under these circumstances. You can see Trulex doesn't have Chico with him, and he isn't looking too good.
Ooh, an Os. I have to assume that's him up on that mountain. No other way. This is the opposite side of things, though. Down towards the ground, Vidil pulling himself off, and then after that, no, struggling. This is a 1v1. So important because, once again, towards day 2, every point will matter. That's a lot of potential placement gone for Vidil. That's a free Elim gone for Vidil as well. Him and Reason, and we'll see if it affects them on day number 2. That's exactly what people are doing right now. They're making sure they get the most out of their games, the most out of their game plans as well on day number 1. You might not be able to use the same drop even, or the same strat coming in to day number 2. Everyone's just looking for the maximum amount of points. No one's really desperate completely to change things up. It's going to be a very well thought out, structured game of Fortnite. That's still why we have 65 people alive in this 4th zone turning into 5th.
And you can see Trulex, players all around him, trying to knock his structure out, and he keeps having to come down and invest some builds. Every time he comes down to invest builds, he has to tank a bit of the Storm and use some chug splashes. Now down to no chug splashes and only 9 builds as well. It's not looking good for him at all. As a solo, it's very dire. Once again, I believe it's Andalex. Yeah, it's Andalex is the one that's forcing him to commit these matches. Andalex is such a little pest, isn't he? Just another time. First it was Janus, now it's against Trulex, where he's just sitting in. He's the real one lurking in the shadows, right? Lurking in the darkness.
And you'll never see Andalex in that situation at all across the entire competition so far. First time I feel like we've seen him really in control of a lobby, and he's back to doing what he used to do when these guys controlled the north side of the map ways ago in the old chapter. It feels like he's finally back to, you know, his annoying self in terms of dealing damage, stealing positions from other players, and just being a nuisance.
Yeah, and coinciding that with being in first place now. It's perfect time for that. Trulex. You might as well just, yeah, I was literally going to start counting down. I was literally going to start counting down to see when he would go down. And before I could even start my countdown, he gets taken out. So,
All right, test for you, Levin. This duo's name?
Poos and I can't, man. I can't. I'm sorry.
Toos and Vutric will be rolling in 45 below. It's getting chilly for them a little bit on Surge. Toughness. And Benji and Savage will be down to Cammy inside the feed. Optimum point as well. I think that's their loot on the right side. Yeah. Someone will have to try to get it. A refresh for Cammy at this point spells the best for this game. Usually this is the time where they start to run out of resources. A few of those materials, you know, they're mid-game masterminds. They love to over-invest in those bases and hopefully try to make that back in terms of pads later on in the game.
Especially with this zone pulling up towards the north, right? All these hills, all these mountains, loads of the players in the lobby would have had to commit a lot of materials just to ensure their safety, right? So if you can find a refresh at this stage, it's going to be so fruitful.
Yeah, and momentum's a lot of, you know, a big part of those refreshes. We see the hierarchy kind of change overall on the map. Cammy and Teak taken out by Letchi, who I believe was taken out by DKS. So him and Bat Sniper still active right now inside that top 10. They're 9th right beside Benji and Savage. They're looking to really push things forward. We just saw Benji and Savage go down, so they can even go way further past their counterparts. Having that point advantage on day 2 while they're sharing POIs gives you so many more options. It's really important for DKS and Bat Sniper to have a good game right now.
Yeah, and you can see here the box fighting mechanics coming out from 2 spot. Really rough stuff. Doesn't have control of the right side wall, and it will cost him. He will go down. Vutric was nowhere to be found to support either.
And it's Fury is the one who's going to pick that up. Meanwhile, we see DKS taken out both Letchi and Solium in the feed. Absolutely glorious. They're really pushing forward right now. And at the same time, Chapix taken out as well. I think Queasy is going to put a stop to any type of potential comeback they had on the back half of the day.
Yeah, you can see Anderlecht in a squeeze now in this final game. Sitting way above, posturing for some sort of hype play. We'll see. We've already seen a team hold it out from around 5th zone. And so we'll see if they can follow in Pinken and Nass's footsteps. Tayson and Thomas, though, we talked about how they'll be wanting to make the most of this last game, as the past couple just haven't quite gone their way. And of course, they have those launch pads, and that's always going to make this a possibility.
The games only get harder for Tayson and Thomas, landing out one of the best POIs overall on day 2. They have to make sure they get as many points here right now, possibly over to 150, possibly even a game win. We know they're good for 1 at least on the days, even 2, 3 overall as they keep moving through. Tayson with the nice beams, and they will actually get zone as well. The first moving will go straight up the mountain. Everyone that's low on mats, look at those totals. Vutric on the bottom left, even Tayson right now, they've invested a bunch to get to this spot. Have to make sure they're using them in the utmost perfect ways. Even one slip up, you go slipping down the peak.
And you can see, right, Thomas dropping the launch pad instantly. You know what their thought process is. They don't even want to have to deal with committing the sort of mats you need on these rotations. They're going to let you use a pad. Queasy and Hen, can this finally be the game? Can this finally be the game, right, where they actually are able to do something on height? It's taken them 5 games to get to this point, but things are setting up well for them.
They're only 20 points behind the upper echelon of the lobby. It's time to join that club though now, boys. This is where it has to happen, and it's one of these mountain zones that we know Hen is so good at playing. It's also one of those zones that's so tough to play as a solo as Vutric starts to move. He's going around so many other builds that are mountains of their own. Finds a pad though. That's nice. Vacation for him as he sees high ground completely clash. Will he just go for it? Maybe a free Elam or 2. We saw the shields crack. He saw the fireworks. He wants to be part of the show, but he gets snuffed out immediately, extinguished as his match now rained down to just maybe a frightening 300. Queasy and Hen are the ones to lead the celebration of game number 6. Absolute high ground, but look at this weapon. Look how big it is. There's no way they can stay up top for too long.
Yeah, they've got to be careful. They've slowly got to condition everybody down below them. Frack and Coop will quickly drop, and the Let's in it squeeze to the first place team. You'll know they'll be thinking about it, but they start to drop. And you can see Vutric, he picks up 1 as a solo. A crazy height tick attempt, but he's able to stay alive, but not for much longer. He will go down.
Anas and Pink also rise up, but quickly Hen and Queasy slap them in the face. They go tumbling straight back down, and this is what I was talking about. Maybe too high for the moment. No, Anas and Pink are still going for it. All in for Queasy's in just absolute shambles now. The materials to upkeep that level of high ground is too much, and it's Thomas and Tayson who take the lead. Still 3 teams battling for that height. X-Weez and Analex, they're going to go down to default for now. Hoop and Fraction also here to maybe make a say. It's game 6. Anything can happen or go either way. Thomas and Tayson will look to just keep making sure everything is pushed apart, and they have 2 different sight lines to beam down any teams down below. And then Queasy, they were waiting to see a trap. Thomas, though, he has ears, eyes everywhere down low on the scene. He knows exactly what you want to do before you even do it.
Yeah, they've done really well when they forced Queasy and Hen lower. And these low elevations, they've struggled. But Pink now wanting to get involved. The armor will come out, and they have it. They've stolen it from Thomas and Tayson. Pink and Anas, the battle for high ground between all these top height teams. And Pink and Anas will be the ones to stay on top.
They're the main characters of the sequel, but I feel like there's going to be a part 3 coming very, very soon. The Siptos is popping down on the low ground feed. That's a lot of elims. That's a lot of leaderboard changes. But who really controls the lobby? Tayson inside the box, this is where he loves to be, making sure he churns out any player who's desperate in the zone. That'll be Malabuka going down. As a result, though, Thomas is going to fall inside the feed as well. Hen picks him apart. So big names clashing as Anas also doesn't have complete control of the height. He finally sees a little bit of that light. He drops all the way towards the top, and now the entire zone is getting compressed. He needs to move all the way up. There's a mountain in the way, and you can't shoot your way past this one, boys. Everyone on low is about to be suffocated.
Pink and Anas, how have they done this? Clown, he's going to try and get up, but there's not much room for him. Default as well as a solo. He has to try find any avenue he can. He has some materials, but trying to push his way through the brute force that is Pink and Anas will just be so impossible. He has to hope it keeps pulling down. Kinzel doesn't have the Siptos by his side, but they've done a brilliant job so far. 9 eliminations on the game. Can they get any more? Default will try to stop him. He knows he's in the zone, but he's got a warrior at the height team above him. He can see him in the zone, but the gauntlet comes through, and it's not enough for Kinzel. He will fall, and Default and Pink and Anas are now in a battle against each other.
Default with 8 eliminations, really doing the most, even if he doesn't win this game 6. What a performance from this individual from start to finish. He's just rained down shots, and they've connected, and right now, he's also in that 1v2, making his HP even with Anas. He has to go down here. There's no way, right? Blocking off a few walls. He has 100 builds in total to kind of work with. First shot denied, and it's Anas and Pink that end the day with a victory royale.
The second of the day for Anas and Pink. What a journey it's been. They qualified in the second round, and this is what we knew they could do. When they get height, they win games. Shiowager, it's been a dominating height performance from them. They beat out all of the best height teams in the land. Queasy and Hen finished. Tayson, Thomas, done. These guys are the high ground alphas.
And that was absolutely a fight. You're correct. That was not free high ground like we've seen in the past 5 games. 3, 4, 5 different retakes with legends trying to contest for that position. They are the ones that win it out. They are the ones to be in the lead for the story coming into day 2. A beautiful game 6 from Anas and Pink.
An absolutely flawless game on their behalf, but even beyond that, the solo clutch there. 8 eliminations for solo. He's literally single-handedly carrying and winning his team through that game.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the way they denied it too, we never see an Anas and Pink give things up completely and not take them back for a while. They waited for people to fight on height. And if we're looking at one team, Levin, the fanboy over, someone who has the power, the prowess to win, I feel like Pink and Anas are a step above the entire lobby right now.
Yeah, they've done such a brilliant job, right? The pink split, as he likes to call it, right? We're not going to call it that just yet. Maybe if you continue these games, right? If you keep winning games like this, maybe we will be calling it the pink split in a couple of days or 2. But honestly, they've done really, really well out of the spot. The llama definitely helps, but the way they take height is even more impressive.
Absolutely. That was day number 1, though, of the EU FNCS Finals. Levin absolutely smashed it, and it was so much fun to do the first half of the games. More tomorrow, but to break down who's in the lead, are Pink and Anas literally just built different? It's the desk. Zeke, Boop, Reese, what you got?
Thank you guys so much. And Shiowager, don't sell yourself short. You're also incredible. Also my spirit animal. Now you know. Wow. And as Reese answered, yes, they are in fact just built different. My goodness. They are the only team here in EU to get 2 VRs on the day, which actually we saw similarly out of Middle East, Asia, and OCE. I mean, this is exactly the kind of place you want to be going into day number 2, right, Boob? You come in and you say, look, we have cemented a solid lead, right? We have done everything we've needed to, and now it's about holding on, or really, if we're, say, in top 3, we want that number 1 spot. It's time to push ourselves, right? They have such a strong position right now.
Yeah, we doubted them a lot in the top of show, right? We thought, you know, there's so many good hype teams in this lobby. Would they be able to succeed? But preparation overcomes everything else, and these guys are one of the most prepared duos in this final, and they're showing it off. I mean, ridiculous from them. And also, 5 eliminations, so we're getting up there in world record territory.
You know, I'm also saying, at the top of the show, I said, these guys in 2 of the cash cups they made have won 2 of the games. The qualifier that they qualified through, they won 2 of the 6 games. 6 games today, how many have they won? Any random wild guesses? It's 2 indeed. These guys are winning consistently 33% of the matches in every lobby that they go into. And this was another game where they pulled zone. Yeah, they were lucky with the covert zones, but they capitalized on that yet again. They got a second llama that was there. They played it to an absolute T and destroyed every other high team in the lobby.
So fantastic. Let's take a look at the standings. Reese, Boop, you know me, man. I just want to see everybody win all the time, so I can't help but be stressed. But the standings will tell the ultimate story, right? After 6 games, where have these duos ended up on just these first days? Pink and Anas. After that, they take the lead, but it's only by 2 points. You know, Reese, I feel like Rolls and Clown, I don't want to say we've not talked about them because we have, but they are just putting on a show right now.
So we've not talked about them enough, right? These guys have been fantastic. I feel like also when it came to the semifinals, right, they won their semifinal day that they qualified from, and it's like similarly there, they didn't get enough limelight just because they were just slow, right? They kind of just went under the radar. These guys haven't necessarily won any games, but they've just gotten 3 really good end games, popped off, and just stayed at the top of the leaderboards.
Yeah, I mean, they overcame adversity as well, right? They were landed on by Hook and Zeston in the last 2 games. They overcame that, and being able to put themselves in 2nd place is a little bit ridiculous in this spot. Link and Default also very close by. I mean, if you look at this finals leaderboard, I mean, these are all FNCS winners potentially that we're seeing here, and it makes day 2 just so much more exciting.
Yeah, and I also want to add to this quickly before we go into the next page. Hen Queasy, what a comeback! Yeah, now the first 2 games, 30th and 33rd, and then they've gone 11th, 11th, 5th, and then that last game 6th with 8 eliminations, flying up leaderboards now, only 11 points behind first. If we switch over to that second page, though, we will see exactly what's going on. How are these teams faring? Remember, 121 is the current cutoff for top 10. So again, still really close. Yeah, Trilix and Judo, who we saw doing really well there. Vortex and Janus, who won the first game as well. Benji and Savage, unfortunately, dropping a little bit down there as well, though.
Interesting to see the game winners not being in the top 10. Just shows how consistent everyone else is comparison. You just got to make it to those late games. You can't just be winning and then falling off.
Yeah, it's not just about the Victory Royale, right? Like, obviously, the Victory Royale is huge, and in the moment it feels great, but you have to have that consistency factor, right? Even if you're just placing top 5 every game with, like, 4 elims, you're going to find yourself at the top of the leaderboard, right? Yeah. Because you're just doing consistent, right? So if you guys are new to Fortnite and you're like, wait, the Victory Royale, shouldn't that be the top? That's why, and now you're in the know. What a perfect day number 1, and tomorrow we'll be back with day number 2, where we're crowning Duos champions. Before we say goodbye, we actually have some champions to crown right here, right now, because remember, we actually have a region that has already completed their games. So, of course, we have to crown them champions. They will take hold of said Axe of Champions. And once again, congratulations to the Middle East winners, King's very own Bleed and Metals FKS 404. Just a ridiculous number, Boop. Just insane.
Yeah. I mean, 0 Victory Royales as well, though. That's, I guess, another interesting thing. Like you said, it's all about consistency, and Middle East has proven that. You don't need to win a game. You just got to make it to late game. And 45 eliminations, I'm not sure if that's very high, but that average placement of 7.33, that is a ridiculous statistic. Is this Kami T. Concetti of last season? I don't know. That's crazy.
I think so. I want to quickly. This is their placements. I just want to do this. 2nd, 4th, 2nd, 7th, 38th, 3rd, 9th, 11th, 6th, 2nd. So there's like so many seconds. Like I watched a couple of these guys' games from yesterday. Low ground, mid ground team, basically the Kamisei and Teak of that region, and absolutely dominating.
Wow. There you go. So once again, the Victory Royale doesn't always matter, man. When you have a scoreline like that, You will walk away the champ. Let's quickly touch on the predictions. How have we done so far? Listen, I just want to say we still have a whole nother day, okay? All right, it's fine. Everything is okay. We will revisit this tomorrow.
Hey, this is good. This is good. Thomas
It's
HD
good.
is
It's fine.
seventh right now, and my
Yeah.
board. Yeah, and Hen Queasy 4th or 3rd. You know, that's not bad.
Yeah,
we'll take that. Both
again-
in the top 10.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Tomorrow, though, you know, of course, Thomas HD and Tease are going to win, right, Boop?
course,
I
of
mean, you know,
course. I mean,
we're going to be right at the end of the day.
yeah, Reese got saved a little bit there at the end in the last game by Hen and Queasy. I was going to put him down finally, like, yes, I did better. But unfortunately, Thomas and Taste are not really living up to the standards, but there's still 6 more games tomorrow, so anything can happen.
Anything can and anything will. Fortnite fan, that is it from us today. We really appreciate you guys hanging out. If you're watching from Legends Landing, special props to you. We really do appreciate it. Don't forget, if you like what you're seeing, we have NA East and NA West. Both regions have 6 games as well. And then we're back tomorrow, same time, same place. And we're crowning some champions. As always, we love you all so dearly. Keep yourself safe. And as always, we'll see you on the battle bus.
Day 1, beep beep.
Bye-bye.
does get harder. Oh my god.
Let's go. I'm ready for the random patch of grass or like the random wall up close. I'm just not gonna be able to understand.
Oh, this is a good one.
This is on the south side of Sleepy Sounds. This is looking towards the lighthouse behind it.
Oh, this is from Sleepy Sound, I think.
It's definitely Sleepy Sounds, I'd say.
This is at Sleepy Sound.
That is Sleepy Sound.
It's a little close, but
Let's go. We are in Condo Canyon.
This is actually my drop spot, I believe. I could be completely wrong, but I'm pretty sure this is Condo Canyon.
I'm not 100% sure. I just say Condo Canyon.
oh, this is at Condo Canyon.
That is Kando. I don't know the name. Kando something. Kando Canyon.
Condo Canyon. Nice.
I'm just too goated at this or something. I don't know what to say. Oh my god, this one is such a hard one.
Uh-oh.
I think this is Bugle.
Meowscles Morsel.
Okay, no, this one is this one's in Coney.
Probably Tilted Towers because of the building.
Coney? I'm just guessing Coney. I'm not sure.
So the building looks familiar. I think I'm gonna say Tilted.
I don't know a sign on the view. I didn't even know it was there.
Nice.
No way.
Oh my lord, what is this? What is this?
This is Greasy Grove, 100%.
Oh, Greasy.
Easy. This one is so easy. It's Greasy Grove.
Gosh, I have no clue.
Oh, this is at Greasy. I land Greasy, so.
I'm gonna go with Rocky Rios.
Let's go.
4 for 4.
Oh, this is a tough one.
If it's not Jones's, it might be Camp Cuddle, but I think it's Jones's. I'm gonna lock in Jones's.
Is this Shifty Shafts? Oh, wait, no, it could be Camp Cuddle.
I think Camp Cuddle because of the trees and the campfire. I don't really know.
The Joneses?
Like, this doesn't even seem like a POI. Like, I'd say Camp Cuddle.
Great. Great.
Loot Lake, wow. Yeah, I have not been here.
Yeah, I've never been here either. Yeah, don't land here.
See, I didn't that.
I want to win an FNCS. I know that I can. I got so close in the last 2 FNCSs, and I know that I still have it in me.
Improve my aim as much as I can, and I definitely want to try to win at least one more FNCS this year.
For FNCS, I really want a good FNCS Grand Final finish. I really want to finish in the top maybe 10 or 5.
Like I've been playing more than ever, grinding more than ever. I'm really trying to be #1 this year.
My main goals for 2022 is to place consistently in every FNCS, but mainly win a FNCS.
Just get a bigger name and probably win like at least one FNCS this year.
I get 2 in my head sometimes, especially in solos, and I think that's something that a lot of players struggle with. I just need to work on it again to make me unstoppable.
I think I want to really improve on my mentality.
I want to show people that I haven't peaked yet, you know?
Being more consistent as a duo, me and Threats and stuff, so I think that would be really good.
I just want to keep improving on like everything, like game building, like game knowledge.
I'd say my strongest point is definitely endgame.
I have really good mechanics since a really long time, and if I just keep playing the game, I will forever be good.
I've had this burning fire in me to play duos and compete in tournaments since the last duo FNCS. This is like my core game mode, and I'm gonna do insanely well.
One of my strongest points is in duos, and this year of FNCS is all duos, so it's pretty stacked up in my favor.
Anytime we're in late game, we're always getting a lot of kills and popping off on low ground, so everybody better watch out.
I think stressing is the really thing I improve on. Before, I used to always stress in tournament and think about what can happen.
One of my biggest mistakes.
No. you know it's when or impending doom? Take you down just like a sonic boom. Wanna live on in your memory. Is it right or wrong? 'Cause there's a long fall till the bottom, so tag along. This isn't what you thought it was. The break of dawn is always where the darkness ends. So sing this song, 'cause loose lips don't tie loose ends. Is it right or wrong? 'Cause there's a long fall to the bottom, so sing along. This isn't where the story ends. Long fall to the bottom. This isn't where the story ends. Blinded from the light in the trophy room, thinking about the wins and the struggles too. Will it ever be enough for me? Don't you know it's when or impending doom? Take you down just like a sonic boom. Wanna live on in your memory. Is it right or wrong? 'Cause there's a long fall till the bottom, so tag along. This isn't what you thought it was. The break of dawn is always where the darkness ends. So sing this song, 'cause loose the trophy room, thinking about the wins and the struggles too. Will it ever be enough for me? Don't you know it's when I'm impending? Take you down just like a sonic boom. Wanna live on in your memory. Is it right or wrong? 'Cause there's a long fall to the bottom, so tag along. This isn't what you thought it was. The break of dawn is always where the darkness ends. So sing this song. 'Cause loose lips don't tie loose ends. Is it right or wrong? 'Cause there's a long fall to the bottom, so sing along. This isn't where the story ends. There's a long fall to the bottom. This isn't where the story ends. Blinded from the light in the trophy room, thinking about the wins and the struggles too. Will it ever be enough for me? Don't you know it's when or impending doom? Take you down just like a sonic boom. Wanna live on in your memory. Is it right or wrong? 'Cause there's a long fall to the bottom, so tag along. This isn't what you thought it was. The break of dawn is always where the darkness ends. So sing this song, 'cause loose lips don't tie loose ends. Is it right or wrong? 'Cause there's a long fall to the bottom, so sing along. This isn't where the story ends. Long fall to the bottom. This isn't where the story ends. Blinded from the light in the trophy room, thinking about the wins and the struggles too. Will it ever be enough for me? you know it's win or impending doom? Take you down just like a sonic boom. Wanna live on in your memory. Is it right or wrong? 'Cause there's a long fall to the bottom, so tag along. This isn't what you thought it was. The break of dawn is always where the darkness ends. So sing a song, 'cause loose lips don't tie loose ends. Is it right or wrong? 'Cause there's a long fall to the bottom, so sing along. This isn't where the story ends. There's a long fall to the bottom. This isn't where the story ends. Blinded from the light in the trophy room, thinking about the wind and the struggles too. Will it ever be enough for me? Don't you know it's win or impending doom? Take you down just like a sonic boom. Wanna live on in your memory. Is it right or wrong? 'Cause there's a long fall to the bottom, so tag along. This isn't what you thought it was. The break of dawn is always where the darkness ends. So sing a song, 'cause loose lips don't tie loose ends. Is it right or wrong? 'Cause there's a long fall to the bottom, so sing along. This isn't where the story ends. Long fall to the bottom. This isn't where the story ends. Blinded from the light in the trophy room, thinking about the wind and the struggles too. Will it ever be enough for me? Don't you know it's win or impending doom? Take you down just like a sonic boom. Wanna live on in your memory. from the light in the trophy room, thinking about the wind and the struggles too. Will it ever be enough for me? Don't you know it's win or impending doom? Take you down just like a sonic boom. Wanna live on in your memory. Is it right or wrong? 'Cause there's a long fall to the bottom, so tag along. This isn't what you thought it was. The break of dawn is always where the darkness ends. So sing this song. These loose lips don't tie loose ends. Is it right or wrong? 'Cause there's a long fall to the bottom, so sing along. This isn't where the story ends. Long fall to the bottom. This isn't where the story ends. Blinded from the light in the trophy room, thinking about the wind and the struggles too. Will it ever be enough for me? Don't you know it's win or impending doom? Take you down just like a sonic boom. Wanna live on in your memory. Is it right or wrong? 'Cause there's a long fall to the bottom, so tag along. This isn't what you thought it was. The break of dawn is always where the darkness ends. So sing this song. These loose lips don't tie loose ends. Is it right or wrong? 'Cause there's a long fall to the bottom, so sing along. This isn't where the story ends. There's a long fall to the bottom. This isn't where the story ends. Blinded from the light in the trophy room, thinking about the wind and the struggles too. Will it ever be enough for me? Don't you know it's win or impending doom? Take you down just like a sonic boom. Wanna live on in your memory. Is it right or wrong? 'Cause there's a long fall to the bottom, so tag along. This isn't what you thought it was. The break of dawn is always where the darkness ends. So sing this song. As loose lips don't tie loose ends. Is it right or wrong? 'Cause there's a long fall to the bottom, so sing along. This isn't where the story ends. There's a long fall to the bottom. This isn't where the story ends. Blinded from the light in the trophy room, thinking about the wind and the struggles too. Will it ever be enough for me? Don't you know it's win or impending doom? Take you down just like a sonic boom. Wanna live on in your memory. Is it right or wrong? 'Cause there's a long fall till the bottom, so tag along. This isn't what you thought it was. The break of dawn is always where the darkness ends. So sing this song. As loose lips don't tie loose ends. Is it right or wrong? 'Cause there's a long fall to the bottom, so sing along. This isn't where the story ends. Long fall to the bottom. This isn't where the story ends. Blinded from the light in the trophy room, thinking about the wind and the struggles too. Will it ever be enough for me? Don't you know it's win or impending doom? Take you down just like a sonic boom. Wanna live on in your memory. trophy room, thinking about the wind and the struggles too. Will it ever be enough for me? Don't you know it's win or impending doom? Take you down just like a sonic boom. Wanna live on in your memory. Is it right or wrong? 'Cause there's a long fall till the bottom, so tag along. This isn't what you thought it was. The break is always where the darkness ends. So sing this song. 'Cause loose lips don't tie loose ends. Is it right or wrong? 'Cause there's a long fall till the bottom, so sing along. This isn't where the story ends. Long fall till the bottom. This isn't where the story ends. Blinded from the light in the trophy room, thinking about the wind and the struggles too. Will it ever be enough for me? Don't you know it's win or impending doom? Take you down just like a sonic boom. Wanna live on in your memory. Is it right or wrong? 'Cause there's a long fall till the bottom, so tag along. This isn't what you thought it was. The break of dawn is always where the darkness ends. So sing this song, 'cause loose lips don't tie loose ends. Is it right or wrong? 'Cause there's a long fall till the bottom, so sing along. This isn't where the story ends. There's a long fall till the bottom. This isn't where the story ends. Blinded from the light in the trophy room, thinking about the wind and the struggles too. Will it ever be enough for me? Don't you know it's win or impending doom? Take you down just like a sonic boom. Wanna live on in your memory. Is it right or wrong? 'Cause there's a long fall to the bottom, so tag along. This isn't what you thought it was. The break of dawn is always where the darkness ends. So sing this song, 'cause loose lips don't tie loose ends. Is it right or wrong? 'Cause there's a long fall to the bottom, so sing along. This isn't where the story ends. Long fall to the bottom. This isn't where the story ends. Blinded from the light in the trophy room, thinking about the wind and the struggles too. Will it ever be enough for me? And don't you know it's win or impending doom? Take you down just like a sonic boom. Wanna live on in your memory. Is it right or wrong? 'Cause there's a long fall to the bottom, so tag along. This isn't what you thought it was. The break of dawn is always where the darkness ends. So sing this song, 'cause loose lips don't tie loose ends. Is it right or wrong? 'Cause there's a long fall to the bottom, so sing along. This isn't where the story ends. There's a long fall to the bottom. This isn't where the story ends. Blinded from the light in the trophy room, thinking about the wind and the struggles too. Will it ever be enough for me? Don't you know it's win or impending doom? Take you down just like a sonic boom. Wanna live on in your memory. from the light in the trophy room. Thinking about the wins and the struggles too. Will it ever be enough for me? Don't you know it's when I'm impending doom? Take you down to